Renata, you may start the session.
So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first roundtable of Agri-Food Business Day entitled Resilient Global Food and Agricultural Value Chains. I would like to welcome our distinguished panelists and also welcome our viewers. My name is Renata Cristaldo Oviedo, and I am the WTO Agriculture Attaché for the Permanent Mission of Paraguay to the WTO, and I will be your moderator for today's first roundtable. And let me begin by providing some context for today's event. Global agriculture and food trade has been more than doubled since 1995 after the Agreement on Agriculture entered into force, amounting to 1.5 trillion today, with emerging and developing country members exports on the rise. These members account for over 1/3 of this total. So trade is very much a source of revenue and a vehicle for sustainable development in developing countries. As the volume value of agricultural trade has risen, the way in which we trade has changed. One of the most important changes in the past few decades has been the fact that our food is increasingly produced in global value chains. But what does this mean exactly? It means that a significant portion of our food, contrary to what people may think, is no longer produced in any one place. Much of our food is produced across the globe, or rather assembled, as the WTO and FAO tell us. In fact, according to FAO, 1/3 of all of the agricultural commodities that we trade in cross international borders at least twice. Since the WTO is based in Switzerland, I will take a very Swiss example to make this easier for viewers to understand. So let's think of a chocolate bar. In your typical bar of chocolate, the cocoa would probably come from Ghana or Ivory Coast, the milk from New Zealand or Germany, and the sugar from Brazil or Thailand, the hazelnuts from Turkey or Italy, and the flavoring from yet another place. However, in the end, this chocolate will carry a label saying made in Switzerland. Other examples include, for instance, Italian coffee, which is not grown, but rather roasted and processed in Italy. Global food and agricultural value chains have been enormously beneficial to humankind. They allowed each component of a food product to come from where it most efficiently can be produced. This efficiency is also reflected in the natural resource use, since trade in food is a trade in land and water and energy. These value chains allow, for example, for components that are water intensive to come from water abundant regions and not from regions with a shortage. Global value chains, if managed well, can lead to income growth and can also support technological advancement. In other words, they can lead to new and more innovative ways of producing, or rather assembling our food. But what of the resilience of these chains? In fact, we have seen these chains disrupted by the pandemic, by war, and now probably by a global recession. With us today to explore this exciting set of issues are various industry and farm group representatives, as well as the ambassador and permanent representative of the People's Republic of China to the WTO. And I would like to examine with them, in particular, how we can increase global value chain resilience and the lessons that can be learned from the disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic and current political turmoil. So please let me, without further ado, introduce you to our panel. We have Ambassador Chenghai Li from the Permanent Mission of the Republic of China to the WTO. Christian Hebert is the CEO of Hebert Farms, a global farmer network. Gerald Masila is the Executive Director of Eastern Africa Grain Council, and I am not sure whether he has been able to join us, but he was having some connection issues. Hopefully he will be here with us soon. Jennifer Han is the Chief Supply Chain Officer for Nutrition Food Brands for Unilever. Yu Lu is the Vice President of the China Chamber of Commerce of Foodstuffs and Native Products. And Juliana Lopez is the Chief Sustainability Officer, AMAGI, from the Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development. I will be putting 2 rounds of questions to our panelists, after which I will be opening the floor from questions to you, the viewers. Viewers can send questions to dialogues@wto.org. So let me now open with the first round of questions. Ambassador Li, let me start with you. China joined the WTO in 2001 and substantially became the world's largest net food importing country. How important is international trade in food to China? And can China be food secure in the absence of international trade in food and agriculture? Please, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Renata, and good morning, colleagues. I'm very pleased to join today's discussion on the resilience of the global food and agricultural value chain. I believe that—
I'm sorry, Ambassador, we seem to have been having some problems with your audio.
Really? Now it's okay? Could you hear me? Is
Please,
okay?
go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Renata, and good morning, colleagues. I'm very pleased to join today's discussion on the resilience of the global food and agricultural value chain. I believe the discussion will play an active role in enhancing the members' and mutual understanding and helping for negotiations. As Madam Moderator just mentioned, China has become the world's largest net food importing member. I would like to share some data relevant to China's agriculture, trade, and policies before answering your questions. First, China is the world's second largest agriculture trading economy. In addition to being the largest importer, we are also the fifth largest exporter. Second, China has been relaxing its agricultural market access since joining the WTO. The average MFN tariff on agricultural products is 15.2%, which is only 1/4 of the world average level. The applied tariff has been lowered to 13.8% on our own initiative of opening up in recent years. China is now one of the most open agriculture markets in the world. Through these efforts, China's average annual growth rate of agriculture imports has exceeded 15% since 2001. And we are now the largest or the second largest trading partner of many WTO members, such as the United States, Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Argentina. What is important? It is well acknowledged that the momentum of this fast growth will remain strong as China commits to open wider, deeper, and higher levels. We'll welcome more high-quality products, particularly those from developing countries, to gain access to China's market. Come back to your question. Trade is important to every member in the interconnected world today. China is no exception. Agricultural trade plays an active and important role in increasing small-scale farmers' income, meeting the growing and diversifying needs of Chinese consumers for a better and balanced nutrition mix. However, with regard to food security, the total global grain trade volume, namely corn, wheat, and rice, could only meet 75% of China's total consumption. It is China's reality, or more precisely, responsibility to feed its 1.4 billion people on its own capacity. Otherwise, it would be a disaster, I think all of you can imagine, for both China and the world, as a large number of vulnerable people in developing countries are relying on trade for subsistence. China has by far actively addressed the food security issue. In 2021, the grain output has reached 669 million tons, which means each Chinese has an average share of 483 kilograms, higher than the common recognized FAO international food security level of 400 kilograms. At the same time, by expanding imports, the Chinese people have more choices to more diversified, high-quality food from the world. That's my response to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that complete answer. So, Kristen, let me turn to you now. Farmers have a big stake in the multilateral trading system. What benefits does Global Farmer Network receive from global value chains? And do they bring more stability to global food supply and widen opportunities for farmers, or do they do the opposite? Kristen, you have the floor.
Good morning, colleagues and webinar viewers. And same as the ambassador said, really enjoy the opportunity to get here to answer some questions. I think there'd be no question that global supply chains are a positive for farmers and for the world. And I think over the last decade or number of decades, we would all agree that life has improved because of that. Normally, you know, they do add a lot of stability to global food supply. And the one thing as farmers is we're on both sides of it. A number of our products obviously are exported all over the world. And I think all of us enjoyed your chocolate bar example, and how many different pieces of every product that consumers enjoy come from, you know, farmers all over the world that utilize some of the best practices in the world to end with a product that all consumers want. I think the supply chains are essential if we plan to meet, you know, the upcoming global food security challenges, and we need a resilient system in order to do that. The one part I think that we're all starting to notice in the pandemic and obviously issues that are taking place all over the world right now have shown us that there is some volatility in our supply chains. And as farmers, probably what we worry about the most is on the input side of our business. I'll use fertilizer as an example, which is obviously imported to a number of countries all over the world and is one of the main inputs to our crops for us to be able to grow them and then export them so that everybody can enjoy chocolate bars or milk or bread all around the world. We can't ask for our seeding season to be pushed off by 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 weeks because we can't get the inputs in time in order to grow those crops to feed consumers. So that would be one area, you know, that we do feel there's some weakness and that we need to work on in the future is the volatility of those supply chains and the timing of those products to get all over the world. And, you know, there's a number of things around that. And I think it maybe even surprised a few of us farmers, you know, how a ship stuck in a canal could slow down a number of our inputs. But I think that, you know, the global trade of information as well is allowing us to learn more and more about how that's going to affect our business and hopefully improve how we can produce and export our commodities all over the world in order to meet the global food demand. That's kind of all I had for that one. Thanks again.
Thank you, Kristen. Jennifer, as Chief Supply Officer of Nutrition, what can you tell us about how agricultural global value chains have revolutionized nutrition across the globe? Are we better fed because of international trade, to put things simply? Thank you. Please, Jennifer.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Renato. I think it's really be very honored to represent Unilever to join this session. It's really very happy to share views and also to get a lot of learning from this session. And the simple answer to your question is that global agriculture supply chain have created a big value for us through all the experience. First, I think it's really maximized access to the different sources and allow more people to get benefits from global markets. And then it's because it brings flexibility and also the scale to fight weather events, restrictions, and also be able to help to spread new technology. And it's also helped fighting hunger. It's a big problem, as we all know. In this world, more than 1 billion people is hungry with pricing going up. And we feel that we have a responsibility to offer food that is healthier and affordable. For example, our canola Rinde Mas, the product offers more yield, which is also the translation of the name, it's too. With this plant-based product, our cash-trapped consumer can actually create more meatballs, as this product can add delicious, healthy plant-based ingredients to the meatballs, which are healthy too. And as has said before, international trade helps scale and access to this type of the technology. When it comes to specifically our ingredient and material sourcing, we actually procure them globally, leveraging international trade and as the best way to create resilience for us as well. And there are two ways to look at this. First is really you can be better monitoring and developing sourcing alternatives, which will also include a lot of partnership we are doing with companies who are able to monitoring weather and the crops yield, etc., etc. Second, as I have referenced before already, this can also really spread new technology much quicker and viable internationally, like some things we have been doing in our regenerative agriculture program already. Yeah, so hopefully this simple answer can just provide a bit of the perspective from Unilever. Thank you, Renata.
Thank you, Jennifer. Let me come to you now. Can you tell us how has the agricultural value chain been disrupted by the multiple crises that we have seen, a pandemic, war, and now a possible global recession? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So good morning, Ambassador, and good morning, all the colleagues, and also good evening for the Chinese colleagues. So I'm very happy to be on behalf of the Chinese agriculture industry to be the part of today's panel. So thank you for the questions. As you mentioned, the global agricultural value chains have been disrupted by the multiple challenges. Chinese enterprises are more or less suffering from obstruction of logistics, inflation, and the reduction of sales order, as well as their partners all over the world. But we have seen many opportunities despite the difficulties. By cooperation on the principle of openness and pluralism, we are able to recover the agricultural value chains with sustainability. The steady growth of China's agricultural trade is a proof. According to Chinese customers' statistics, in the first 11 months of this year, China's trade value of agricultural products was $303.2 billion, up 10.4% year on year, of which the export value was $89.4 billion, up 18.5% year on year, and the import value was $230.9 billion, up 7% year on year. Here are the comparisons based on Chinese statistics. The compound annual growth rate of China's import value of agricultural products in 2018 to 2019 was 9.6%, and the result of 2020 to 2021 was 12.1% after the outbreak of the pandemic. The same for exports. It grew at a compound annual growth rate of 2.2% before the pandemic and 3.6% afterwards. Another fact is the number of partners of China's agricultural trade, which was 218 in the first 11 months of this year, has not decreased at all during the pandemic. It is pretty clear, despite the challenges, China's agricultural products trade maintained steady growth, not only demonstrated the resilience of the Chinese market, but also turned its market into opportunities for the world. Chinese agri-food industry never stopped willing to actively deepen cooperation with other countries, In addition to promoting trade, Chinese enterprises also actively participate in technological cooperation and humanitarian aid. Benefited by the China's determination to further open up and deepen cooperation, China's agri-food industry would like to cooperate with the rest of the world to restore solid global agricultural value chain and keep it sustainable through fair, just, and mutually beneficial international cooperation. Thanks.
Thank you. Gerald, let me turn to you. Can you tell us what the problems that are specifically being experienced by Africa in accessing global food and agricultural value chains, and how can these value chains be made more inclusive? Specifically, how can we incorporate small farmers? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and for inviting the Eastern Africa Grain Council to participate in today's engagement. And just for the sake of those who haven't interacted with the Eastern Africa Grain Council before, I'd like to just take less than a minute to just introduce EAGC, which is a regional membership association of grain value chain stakeholders in the Eastern Africa region, covering 10 countries. These countries are the EAC countries. You have Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and you have South Sudan. And very recently, just last year, we had the Democratic Republic of Congo admitted to the East Africa community. In addition to the EAC countries, we have Ethiopia up in the north, and we have Zambia, Malawi, making a total of 10 countries. So as an organization, we exist to serve our members who are grain farmers, grain traders, grain processors, and other associated industries that are involved in the grain value chain, either in production, in service delivery, and all those other services. Now, to your question, we as a region have a situation where we do get involved in production of food, the whole range of food, but unfortunately for the main staple food, which is maize, and sometimes rice is also a staple. So as a region, we don't produce enough that can cover our consumption and other industrial needs for a year. So as a result, we are involved in a lot of cross-border trade, where there is trade happening between those countries that I've just mentioned in food. And for those food items that are not fully sufficiently available in the region, we are very much involved in importation. So the region imports a lot of wheat, close to 90% of its consumption. It also imports rice, quite a substantial quantities, almost 70–80% of its consumption taken together as a region. We also import other kind of food items that are not grains and cereals. And so to your question, the challenges that we face in being able to access these foods from the international markets are quite a number. The first one, in the space of grains, specifically maize, we have had this region having taken a position of banning GM kind of products. And so that limits the sourcing of where we could source grain whenever there's a shortage in the international market, because we get limited to only source and buy from non-GMO sources or origins. And that, of course, brings in the challenge where the supply of non-GMO is not that much, and that gives us a higher price, and even the whole availability issue, plus the logistics of having to move it from quite some substantial distances. Secondly, we also find ourselves very much affected by international logistics and also international activities and that affects international trade, particularly for agri-commodities and agri-bulk. So like when we had the COVID situation, we were quite affected in terms of supplies limitation because of the lockdowns, and even in the recent conflict out there in Europe, which is a major source for our wheat, we found ourselves having prices of wheat doubling because of that challenge. And we also found ourselves having to handle very difficult logistics challenges, where we saw cost of logistics increasing melodramatically and making it quite a challenge for us to access. Thirdly, we also face issues of food quality, food safety, particularly when we are doing in regional sourcing, but also sourcing from out there, where sometimes we get challenges around the sanitary, phytosanitary requirements, and all those other quality standard issues that again bring challenges for us. So those are just a few to begin with. I will come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Juliana, I would like you to kindly comment on the sustainability of global value chains in agriculture. Where are the positive sustainability effects from an environmental, social, and economic perspectives? And what do you see as the negatives? And perhaps more importantly, how can any of the negative impacts be addressed? Thank you. Juliana, please.
Thank you, Renata. First of all, it's an honor to be here representing the Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development. I would mention, Renata, that when you think about sustainability, it's not more looking to a positive or negative impact, but once you understand your value chain, what you can do and how you create opportunities from negative impacts and transforming it to positive impacts. I think the biggest challenge that we have on sustainability is exactly knowing where the products come from. Because once you understand what is the origin of your product and the whole value chain, you can tackle the issues from a social, environmental, and economic perspectives. You have different views. I come from Brazil, which has a lot of different value chains from agriculture, and each one of the products that we produce or we source from has different impacts. So when you look into specific products that comes from family agriculture, you have more intermediate, so you have to balance more on an economical side, looking to the production point of view, so the producers can get the amount of money that they really need to have at least a wealth life. When you look into perspectives from a large scale production, you have issues like food security, you have issues like deforestation in Brazil, healthy issues, but also security issues. So it is a challenge, and I think this is where the companies are more are understanding each year what is important for them to understand their whole value chain, so they can tackle the specific issues for each product they source from. On the positive impact, when you look into the whole sector from the agriculture, I think when you have a global perspective, you have more access. So you are able to tackle, if you have a very big crop and you just source to one place on a global scale, you can source to other places, you can sell to other places, so you can balance impacts on your production. When you look into the part of the quality and standards, social environmental standards, you start to realize where are the productions in a more sustainable way, but also how can you check areas that has a more sustainable way and use this information to guarantee that other areas that are not producing sustainably yet, that they comes to do that, they are able to do that. I don't think that we need to look to the value chain as a block system to the ones that are not doing the perfect thing yet or the right thing yet, but to transform the sectorial approach.
Thank you, Juliana. So let me start now with the second round of questions. So, Ambassador Lee, how might ongoing agricultural negotiations in the WTO best support and strengthen global value chains in agriculture? What do you think are the main areas of trade policies that you could point to in this regard? Ambassador Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Renata, for your question. The agricultural global value chain is an output of years of the globalization, and definitely also represents the future trend. The multilateral trading system with the WTO as its core has an indispensable role to play. We know that there are 4 C's: COVID, crisis, food, climate change, conflicts, the global shocks today. To cope with these challenges and to get prepared for the future, I believe the WTO agriculture negotiation should also aim at better promoting another 4 C's, namely coexist, compete, cooperate, and co-win. First, to better coexist. The negotiation should first and foremost help effectively address the global food security challenge. It is the most urgent crisis as well as the near future challenge, as by 2050, the world population will grow at almost 10 billion. The world needs sound WTO rules to promote the robust development of agricultural production and trade in order to leave no one going to bed with an empty stomach. Second, to better compete. Members should make efforts to eliminate the AMS of the de minimis to leveling the play field between developed members and the developing members. Such a long existing and unfair rule has enabled several developed members to concentrate their support on specific products at a very high level for a very long time. It has greatly distorted the international markets, acting as export subsidies, not only creating an artificial competitive advantage, which is unfair to other export members, but also heavily undermining the livelihood of small-scale farmers in net food importing countries. Members should also make efforts to expand the market access by gradually eliminating the complex tariff escalation, and tariff peaks, as well as reducing the technical trade barriers. In addition, I believe efforts to improve the transparency will lay the foundation for an open, stable, and predictable international market. Climate change and environmental sustainability are also important factors which could be accommodated into the negotiation. However, members should be vigilant to the possibility that these factors may create new imbalance or become trade barriers or protection measures, which will further disrupt the supply chain. Third, to build confidence among members and better cooperation. The agriculture negotiation needs trust and confidence among members to pave ways to promote the trade assistance and agricultural technology transfer to developing members. For example, members should continue the efforts in the cotton development assistance to save food and other African cotton producers. Members can also harness WTO as a platform for information and experience sharing, actively assisting other institutions and all members through multilateral or bilateral agricultural development cooperation. Last but not least, to better co-win. The global agriculture and food market is categorized by the fact that a large number of buyers are purchasing from a few. Typically, a typical example can be found in wheat and corn markets, where the top 5 exporters accounting for 70% and 90% of the global export volume, respectively. This poses a huge risk on the stability and the resilience of global trade. The WTO negotiation should help diversify food producers and exporters to strengthen the resilience of agricultural trade and share the dividend of the globalization of agriculture and food value chain with more developing members. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Lee. I may come back to you later if we have time with some additional questions. Christian, from the Global Farmer Network perspective, what are the weakest links of global food and agricultural value chains? And how can the WTO engage more with farmers to strengthen them and increase their resilience? Thank you. Christian?
Yeah, I think there's a couple areas, that are concerning to farmers when it comes to global trade and supply chains. The first thing is, multilateral trade flows and trade agreements are extremely important, and the WTO needs to continue to work towards their efficiencies. But too often we're seeing times where these agreements' value can be decreased due to non-science-based trade barriers. As farmers, that's concerning that especially commodities appear to be more susceptible to these trade barriers than other products, and really almost kind of tie our hands to the export of some of our products due to these non-science-based decisions. Two, I would say that as consumers and processors want to know more about how products are produced that they're purchasing, they're looking for more and more direct conversations and contracts with farmers themselves. And I wouldn't say right now that our current transportation system globally, when it comes to ports and to rail, is really set up for large amounts of IP or identity preserved type grains and products to be moved around the world. So as we encourage farmers to tell their story and really invite people right into our fields, should those consumers want to buy direct from us, the current global transportation system really can't handle that type of a marketplace. One, from a simple transportation, and two, from the actual cost of what it would end up costing the consumer. Three is, I would encourage the WTO to continue to engage with farmers to reduce supply chain bottlenecks, improve border crossing of commodities, push for science-based trade rules. And I think one of the most important things I would keep pushing for is continue to help farmers tell their story about the products they're able to produce and grow worldwide in order to feed the world and meet current food demand. I think farmers can resonate with consumers, and sometimes they're not always included in the conversations. Lastly, I think it's in all of our best interest to ensure that the tariffs that can be imposed due to global volatility, there's lots of examples out there currently, really are detrimental to cost of production for agriculture producers, i.e. farmers. And that really does get passed directly onto the consumer. So free trade when it comes to the import of the proper nutrients that we require to grow the crops that we need is really critical for us to meet the output. And really, I don't think it's ever been more important than it is right now to feed this growing population. I think the one real highlight that we all needed to take into effect from the pandemic was how fragile our supply chain can be. Despite it being very important, it did show that we've got a few cracks in the system, and it's not something that we should gamble with when the outcome is literally people not having enough calories to sustain themselves.
Thank you, Christian. And of course, the voices of farmers are very valuable and key in all of these conversations. So it's very important we hear from you and other farmers as much as we can in these discussions. Sometimes negotiations are not happening in the void, they're happening in the real world, and they're affecting our farmers' daily lives. So thank you again for bringing that perspective and highlighting the problems that some trade facilitation measures could potentially ease as long as transparency. In terms of our next question, I would like to move on to Gerald and ask you, how is the global fertilizer shortage and fertilizer export restrictions impacting the East African grain sector? And how is the next grain harvest season in Africa going to be affected by this situation? And perhaps if you could also provide some guidance for us here at the WTO, especially the ag negotiators like myself and others who are online listening, what or how should the WTO deal with export restrictions in your view? Thank you, Gerald, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Wow, the question of fertilizer has been quite a big issue. And like you point out, we have had a serious impact on our grain sector, impacted by the fertilizer shortage that also has been made worse by the trade restrictions. And what we've actually seen as impact is that immediately we went into this shortage mode and trade restrictions sort of situation. The prices of fertilizer doubled. So a 50-kilogram bag of fertilizer that used to retail at approximately $25 increased to over $50 a bag. And this was at the planting season. So we had a double tragedy where, one, we had a shortage of fertilizer because of the trade restrictions. And secondly, even the little that was available was at double the normal prices. And this had direct impact in production because we saw, and in our monitoring and surveillance through our farmer and our various field teams and members, we quickly observed that one, we had a very low application of fertilizer on the crop that was planted early in the year at the peak of the crisis. And two, because of the lack of access to the fertilizers, we had some farmers making decisions not to get into crop production because of the shortage of fertilizer. So the acreage under crop production was affected, it reduced, and even the little or the one that was cultivated received much less fertilizer. And we continued monitoring the whole crop progression up to harvest. Right now in Kenya, the harvest is ongoing, and our projections and from what we have seen is that there's likely going to be less than a half of the normal crop. And we've seen this situation being made worse by the fact that in Uganda, we had 2 failed season crops, and also parts of Kenya and Ethiopia and the greater horn of Africa. And even parts of Tanzania, northern Tanzania, experienced drought in varying degrees and severity. And what this therefore meant was that a very, very drastic reduction in supply and availability of crops, particularly maize, happened. And this has been very, very well demonstrated by the melodramatic increase in prices of grain, of maize grains, to the extent that we have seen at retail level maize trading at as high as $700 a ton, something that used to be retailing at $200, $250 a ton, even and with much shortage. So what we have seen is that the fertilizer issue made worse what was a bad situation, and we have seen that carrying on even as of now, to the extent that countries like Uganda, that were traditionally major exporters of grain to Kenya, have found themselves having to reach out to source for grain from other countries in the region, even from as far as Zambia. And so the impact has really been a compounding one and quite devastating for us here in the region. However, we are glad that governments made efforts. They've stepped up fertilizer subsidy plans. It remains yet to be seen how sustainable such subsidies will happen, but they've at least helped to reduce the prices to the pre-crisis levels. Right now in Kenya, there is much more availability and affordability of fertilizer, and the same situation is happening around the region. And we have also seen very concerted efforts at the regional economic bloc level, at the EAC, at the COMESA, with interventions like entities like AFAP and others coming up with solutions for fertilizer. However, with the drought conditions prevailing, we still are seeing that there will be concerns on how the crop will run if we will not have good rains coming, and if fertilizers will not be as to the expected level. So what's the recommendation to the WTO? I think a clear one is that we should change the lens that we look at fertilizer. We need to understand that fertilizer is equal to food and nutrition security, and therefore when trade restrictions are being allowed or being imposed on fertilizer, just people need to know that literally by so doing, you might as well be passing a death sentence to a fellow human being somewhere in the globe, and really that should be looked at from that context, that food security is very closely tied to availability and affordability of fertilizers, and therefore it's important that we adhere to the rules of the multilateral trading systems, and this is a fact that we've brought out in our various even lobbying and advocacy policies, considering that EAGC is a member of the International Grain Trade Coalition, IGTC, and in our engagements even at IGTC, and when we discuss food security, the issue of fertilizer is also central. And so we are really calling upon WTO negotiators and all of us involved to change the lens that we look at fertilizer with. It's not just a commodity like any other. It's very, very important for food production, for food security, and needs to be availed with minimum restrictions and prohibitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gerald. And I also may come back to you later with some additional questions if we have time. And we're receiving several questions from the viewers as well. And thank you for the emphasis you've put on the need to facilitate the trade of fertilizers. Jennifer, let me come back to you again. I would imagine that in your line of work, food standards may or must play a really big role. And they're what we call TBT and SPS measures at the WTO. How do food standards facilitate your work? And in what circumstances are they or can they become an obstruction? What would you like to see the WTO do further in this field? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this great question, Renata. I think in terms of the food standard, is no doubt is super critical. Let me just take a specific example, like for the SPS, which is actually meaning for the sanitary and also the phytosanitary measures. This actually is actually to provide and guarantee the food safety at a scale in globally, as I do believe food safety is one of the largest priority for everybody and for every individuals. And also to have a certain, the standard on the food is actually also very important to create a level playing field for all global players to compete in a much fair way. Then I may try to elaborate a bit on your last question. So what will we like to see the WTO to do more in this area? I may talk a bit more on the nutrition, the criteria, the area. For Unilever, we have our own set of nutrition criteria that we use as a guidance for our reformulation journey to provide healthier product in all product the category. As a global company operates in more than 190 countries, we need this kind of global nutrient profiling model. And we have been using this since 2004. And the fact is that we actually see a plethora of nutrient profiling models around the world used for front of pack labeling, used for marketing, and also sales restriction. So in that sense, I think at least some kind of the regional harmonization of nutrition standards would be very welcome by us. Different requirements for different countries has actually introduced a huge complexity in our supply chain operation. Furthermore, we see that the investors, they also want to compare the healthiness of companies' portfolio as part of their risk assessment, supporting their investment advice. Now, the world is actually currently faced with too many measures of healthy. We recently disclosed how our portfolio performed against 6 different kinds of the nutrient profiling models, and the result varies. So we really want to call upon other industries to provide the same transparency, and also call upon the experts like WTO to help develop one global nutrient profiling models that can be used by every industry and also by all the countries. Thank you very much, Renata.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think that this perhaps be a little bit outside of our scope of expertise at the WTO, but we can certainly look at trade facilitating measures and how to make sure that everything that members do is consistent with the internationally developed or to be developed standards in the appropriate bodies, perhaps such as Codex and others. Yulu, let me come back to you. The services sector is critical to the growth of the agri-food value chain, such as hotels, restaurants, transportation, financial and business services. Lou, can you tell us how can the WTO promote services trade for the resilience of agricultural global value chains? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renata, for your questions. Yeah, this is a very essential issues, I think. Now, I think the growth of the agri-food value chain cannot separate from the support of service sector, such as hotels, restaurants, transportation, financial, and others. According to one of my survey I have done among Chinese agricultural products exporting enterprises, more than 75% of China's agricultural exports goes to service sectors, mainly aquatic products, vegetables, and fruit, which means in last year, around $63 billion of Chinese agricultural products were consumed in hotels, restaurants, and other services business in the rest of the world. Similarly, more than 50% of meat, seafood, and others, approximately $60 billion of agri-food products China imported goes to China's carting industry and other service sectors. Therefore, the stable development of this service industry provides stronger support for the sustained and healthy development of the global agri-food trade. Now, back to your questions. I just listened to some of the colleagues raised the logistics. So I'd like to offer 2 specific suggestions on promoting service trade. One is to formulate standardized and unified operation guidelines for the global transport industry, especially for the cold chain transport. It is not only to ensure food safety, but also provide practical solution when dealing with emergencies such as the pandemic. The second is to establish a dialogue mechanism with the 3 major shipping islands to avoid disorderly fluctuation in shipment price, which may harm global trade. Last but not least, on behalf of the Chinese agri-food industry, we will continue to firmly support the works of the WTO in every sector and jointly promote the WTO to play a greater role in tackling the crisis, opposing trade protectionism, and promoting economic recovery. Thanks again, Renata. It's my thinking.
Thank you, Lou. And Juliana, in light of your answer of the first round of questions, I would like to ask you now, what do you believe the WTO rulebook can do to promote greater sustainability in agricultural trade? In this regard, as you're aware, we are mandated to work on the reduction of agricultural distortion and protections more generally. So Juliana, I would like to ask you, how can the reduction of agricultural distortions and trade protection help us achieve our common sustainability goals? Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. We made an assessment a couple of years ago with the Brazilian Network for the Global Compact about the food and agriculture value chain, especially looking to food and agriculture business principles. And we discovered that when you look into the whole value chain, you are able to tackle the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So I think this is one of the key process. When you look into a more sustainable value chain, you are going to tackle the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in some way. So this is how food and agriculture will be able to create opportunities to achieve what we want in the future. When we look into the possibilities of the value chain to tackle issues from agriculture, to tackle issues from trade protection, I think the most important part is to understand all the actors from the value chain, what are their specific roles, because you'll have to face different issues. We made some analysis in some specific points in Brazil with the Brazilian Business Council only about deforestation in Brazil. So there was the food value chains and challenges to fight deforestation. So only about these specific issues, we had some conclusions like, first of all, the articulation and the engagement of different parts of the value chain is one of the key parts of the process. So that's why you need to understand what are the roles of each one of those parts. The public-private sector engagement, I think, and how do they collaborate right now, it's what we also bring the reduction of the distortions. Because once you have a lot of investments in one country or in a part of the country instead of another part of the country, you create distortions. So when you have these public and private partnerships, you can have a more balanced area of sourcing, and you can create a more stable process for agriculture. Another point that we discover is to improve communications and shared experience. There is a lot of information right now, but we don't have all the sources to access them, especially the small producers. Small producers do not have access as much as the medium and the large producers to finance, to information, to good agriculture practice. So the more you look into that, the more sustainable become the value chain. And the other part is to look into a more what we call jurisdictional approach, because when we look into a region, we cannot look into a region to a product, because let me give you the experience of a state of Mato Grosso in Brazil. The state of Mato Grosso in Brazil produced timber, soy, cattle, and a lot of other types of products. But if you're looking to tackle sustainability issues to only one product, you are not going to have the development process in the jurisdiction as a whole, because everything is kind of integrated. So I think this is one of the challenges when you look into how do we tackle distortions, is how do we have more knowledge about the whole value chain and how each one of them is responsible for this reduction, but also how do private sector and public sector can work together so you can have a more balanced region and structure for sourcing and to supply agriculture products.
Thank you, Juliana. So we have received some questions from the audience as well. And I would like to go through them, and then perhaps if I have time afterwards, I have some follow-up questions for the panelists based on some of the replies we've heard so far. As an agricultural negotiator myself, of course, everything you've presented to us today is very interesting, and perhaps from a WTO delegate perspective, there are some specific questions as well there that we'd like to hear from you. So let me start with the audience first. I would now field to you the first questions we've received. And considering that we have time, please, we don't have to hurry through them. Not yet, at least. So the first question is a question from a viewer in Rome, and it's addressed to Ambassador Li. The question says, China seems to have one of the world's biggest food stocks that can keep its citizens alive and fed for up to 1 year. Will China share that stock in light of the current food crisis? Ambassador Li, please.
Sorry, I think now you can hear me. Sorry. Yeah, thank you for the question from the audience. Yes, I think everyone knows China has a huge population. That's 1.4 billion. So the main task for Chinese government, one of the main tasks for Chinese government is to have the sufficient food for the people. I think everyone can imagine if China really faced the food crisis, I think it's not only the disaster for China, it was also a big problem for the world. That's why Chinese government always pay great attention to produce food, to have a reasonable level of food storage. If you look at Chinese history, it's very interesting. You can also find it's a tradition of Chinese culture. So we have to keep some reasonable level of storage for Chinese people. On the other hand, China is one member of the global family. We also share the responsibility to tackle the global challenge. So that's why in WTO, we always support the WTO among the membership. We can collectively take the action and give the support to the most vulnerable members. And also from the bilateral side, we provide a lot of support bilaterally to other countries to help them successfully tackle the food crisis. Of course, not only China its own can tackle the global challenge. We are looking forward to cooperating with other members to have a further measures to tackle this global challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And again, we might come back to you on that. First, let me also give the opportunity to some of the other panelists to respond to some questions from the floor. We have a question from a viewer in Costa Rica directed to Kristen. The question says, the Global Farmers Network often talks favorably about trade, and yet when farmers come to the WTO, sometimes they often appear to oppose more competition and liberalization. What is at play in this dynamics? Kristen, if you can please take the floor. Thank you.
Well, I think one interesting thing is pretty much in all countries around the world, there's a number of farm organizations that represent different groups of farmers. The number of farmers worldwide is extremely significant and at really large different levels, I would say, right? We have very small acre farmers in certain countries, including Canada, and we have some very large farms that are in most cases still family owned and operated, but those can create some pretty significant different opinions when you have that many grower members that you're trying to represent around the world. So, you know, personally, I guess that is what I can talk for is I think that the majority of farmers do feel a need to want to feed the whole population, whether that be in our specific province, our country, or globally. And in order for that to happen, there has to be trade agreements and free movement of both the input side and the output side of agriculture. You know, the risk side of that is actually, I can remember my last Global Farmer event, and we were in Brussels, and I had some very good conversations with a couple of small acre farmers from Africa. And I think sometimes the one thing we need to remember is just because we're, say, the lowest cost producer of wheat, we still have a responsibility to train and really help educate farms in other regions to at least have sustainable production of certain crops in their own countries, despite the fact that they could maybe import at a lower cost. I think the pandemic really highlighted this, in that if a supply chain gets broke, it doesn't matter if you can buy it cheaper than you can grow it. The matter of fact is, if you can't get it, people die. And I think one of the other members in their original question really put it well and said, you know, when it comes to global trade of especially fertilizer, we have to realize that improper management of that trade is actually making decisions of life or death for many people, despite the fact that they might, you know, not be our next door neighbor, because some of us are blessed to not have the same issues. It's still our responsibility to think that way. So, you know, I definitely understand that there's a multiple number of viewpoints from farms around the world, but I would encourage, you know, as many other people have said, the collaboration and opportunity mindset of, if we work together and have the proper types of free trade on both inputs and our export commodities, we can do a lot better job of getting the nutrition needed globally.
Thank you, Kristen. So Jennifer, the next question we have is from a viewer in Mexico. And the question reads, isn't international trade in food simply exporting the Western diet, leading to malnutrition and obesity? Isn't it leading to dietary convergence where everyone wants coffee and croissant at the expense of their traditional diets? Jennifer?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think it's a quite interesting the question. I really want to say the portfolio of the food in global is actually so diverse and so different. In that sense, you will unavoidably, you will actually have a bit of the combination of local for local solution and also the global for local the solution. So it's very obvious. If I look at our supply chain, I think the cross-border is everywhere. It's from west to east, from east to west. There's no simple direction to say it's purely from east to west or from west to east. It's really based on what is the best way to serve the local the consumers, and also to have the best cost, best the availability, and also the best resilience. So in that sense, we actually, I think from supply chain the point of view, the end goal is always how can they to serve and satisfy our consumer and customer in the best way, with the best cost and with the quickest speed. Then no matter it's a global trade, it's international trade, or it's a local for local, it's only an enabler to achieve that goal. So there's no one end solution. Say we have to go this way in the different situation based on the different cuisine, and also based on the crop yield and availability in the different markets. You will make a very adaptable way. And hope I answered that question. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jennifer. So the next question we have is for you. It's a question that has come to us from Zimbabwe. The question reads, your title has native produce in it. What does that concept capture, and what can international trade do to promote local varieties of food that are increasingly going extinct? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The question, it's a very, very good question. Now, just according to our ambassador already answered in the first question, and also I just gave a very general pictures of our import agriculture and food. So there are three categories of the three characters in our China imported food and agriculture. The first one is just the growth standing. And the second one is the import origins are mainly concentrated. The top 10 accounted for nearly 70% of our total import of agriculture and food products. And the second characteristic is that our import products are mainly constricted. The top 10 accounted for nearly 78% of the total. So that means our import food is allowed, definitely allowed. But in Chinese market, how you to promote your products in the Chinese to the Chinese consumers, and what is the best ways or best method you do? I think it's needed the local people. It needs the local people and connect the local people. It's very important. For example, we also import from Africa of the sesame seed, and the sesame seed is one of our major consumption of Chinese traditional food groundings. So I think what some of the countries did, or like for example our chambers did, we organized some B2B sector, and we also do some promotion among our buyers and among our consumers. So they knows how to use that and how to do that. So I think we have to just divide it very specific products to do the very specific promotion jobs, and you can find the very professional partner in China, and also find the professional buyer in China. They can help you to do your products promotion among the China. So I hope I can answer that question. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much, Lu. I believe Gerald had to leave us momentarily, so I am going to move to Juliana, and the question from a viewer in France. It says that given the international transportation involved in food trade, and therefore the carbon footprint of moving food, shouldn't consumers be eating more locally? Thank you, Juliana.
Thank you, Renata, and thank you for the question. I think you need to guarantee that you are able to do your footprint first. There is a misconception that a local will have the lower carbon footprint sometimes. If you look into some perspectives, just like the soy from Brazil has a lower footprint than sometimes soy produced in European countries, because it will really depend on the products that you use, transport, logistics, and depending on the logistics, if you use river transportation and you have the ocean transportation, but you have a better use of your land, you have a lower footprint. So I think the most important thing when we think about carbon is that we need to make the analysis of the whole structure, because some companies and some countries, they are more efficient in producing one type of product with a lower carbon than another country, due to soil reasons, due to products that you need to use. If you can do 2 or 3 crops in the same area, so you avoid some of the emissions. So thinking only about local, it will be lower. That's not correct. I think the most important approach is that each company, when they are sourcing their products, that they are able to calculate the entire footprint of the product before they make the decision to buy each product. And this also connects to me when you look into a global, and I think Jennifer mentioned this, well, you have to have 2 things on your mind: global to local and local to local. Some products, the local to local, it's really more efficient. Some other products, global to local, will be more efficient due to a large scale approach as well. So make the decisions not on just the distance of the transportation of the product, but how the product is produced, the entire value chain. Because any other way to produce a product in one country, from Italy, like an example, they will have to import products, input from agrochemicals, from China and other countries. So there will be also this footprint connected to your product. So it has to be from the beginning to the end when you deliver the product to your consumer.
Thank you, Juliana, for explaining one of the common misconceptions that we do face as trade negotiators in the day-to-day basis. And I'm sure that if you go to supermarkets here or in other places, you do see a lot of push to buy more locally as a misconception of what is actually sustainable. And that doesn't necessarily take into account, as you mentioned, the different agricultural practices and good agricultural practices that can be being implemented by farmers across the world. And I think this highlights also the importance of why we're constantly saying that there's no one size fits all to sustainability, and we need to take into account what are the different regions and different countries doing specifically to ensure their sustainability in their agricultural production and products. We have one more question, which is actually to all panelists. The question arrived from Germany, and it reads, how can the WTO strengthen its collaboration with agribusiness and farmers? The viewer also has a follow-up, or more specifically, would like to know what the government perspective would be from Ambassador Lee as well. So perhaps I can start with Ambassador Lee and then move on to Kristen, Jennifer, Lou, and Juliana in that order. Thank you. Ambassador Lee, please.
Yeah, thank you, Renata, for the question. I think everyone knows that WTO is a rule-making organization, and also the agriculture issue is one of the most important issue on the negotiating table. Today's world, we face a lot of challenges. So in WTO, when the members discuss the agriculture issues, we are always open to get the information from the different sides, include the private sectors, the farmers, and of course the academic research centers, of course from the members' governments. I think if we have sufficient information, we can have a more big picture thinking. Actually, we cannot imagine just take the one measure in the WTO. We can successfully address the global challenges just by the only one measure. So I think the WTO in the future negotiation, we should always keep the close contacts with the different stakeholders to get the views, to know what they are thinking about. Then, along with the result-oriented approach, members in Geneva, we should work hard to try to set the rules or improve the rules to facilitate the agriculture trade for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. So, Christian, if you can please give us your answer quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of a loaded question, I guess. I mean, I think, from a farmer's perspective, I think in order for the WTO to continue to strengthen the relationship, it's really to include farmers. I think at times farmers maybe feel that the collaboration is there, but maybe it's leaned heavily towards more government, academic, and private institutions versus the farmers themselves. And I think it all does lead back to, an individual acre, when combined with fertilization and inputs, is where the food is grown from, and the consumers do want food. And yes, there's a lot of input and a lot of members that are part of the discussions to get from the acre to the consumer. But I would just continually encourage all the groups to engage farmers and get some of the stories directly from farmers. And the example I would use personally is that more and more people are removed from the farm. It wasn't that long ago where a lot of people all grew up in rural parts of their countries and understood agriculture. Right now, for instance, if you had a survey in North America, many people in school would say that their food just comes from grocery stores, not from the farm and not from an acre. And that's something that we need to ensure still remains relevant, right from our education system to the WTO, is that the importance of every acre and that we optimize the output and the calories and the nutrition that come from that acre in order to feed the growing population.
Thank you, Kristen. And just so you know, members are doing their best to bring more and more farmers into the conversations. Several of us have been organizing side events to hear from farmers directly and help us inform the negotiations here. So again, very much appreciate your contributions. Jennifer, please.
Yeah. I think it's so obvious that the problem in nowadays is such a big problem that no single body, no matter it's an organization or it's a farmer or it's a government, can solve it solely. And you have to have an end-to-end approach and have an end-to-end value chain understanding and work together to help to improve and move the needle. And I personally believe that for today's the panel, from everybody, from the government, from the company, and also from farmer, from everybody, is really a very vivid example to show that WTO is really be in the core to connect and also to collaborate with all the possible the bodies. Especially, I think it's more and more critical that we actually need to include and link more, not only the big and the medium size of the farmers, but more smallholders. As I think, as Juliana or somebody has commented, say, I think the smallholders actually has the least access on the scale, on the benefit of the international trade, and also the access on the new technology. What is the better way to do the agriculture and to improve the yield? So in that sense, I do see that WTO can play a much critical and a bigger and a critical role to involve and to invite more smallholders into the network together, as we really see more and more necessity and urgency to include much bigger scale small farmers instead of purely the big and medium size of the farmers. Thanks a lot, Renata.
Thank you, Jennifer. Liu, please.
So thank you, Renata. Yeah, I think from my perspectives, I think WTO plays a very important role in our agriculture and food trade. Now, for one example is in 2018. So we raised a case to WTO of the poultry issues. But the WTO gave a very fair final result. So I think it's a very example for Chinese poultry industry. And our agriculture, food, and trade is not only faced SPS and the TPP measures today, but also the non-tariff trade. I think in these areas, SPS, WTO, I will call on the WTO can reduce the SPS and the TPP measures, and also to give the very fair trade environment. For example, reduce the non-tariff trade, non-tariff barriers. So thanks.
Thank you, Liu, and thank you for bringing up the importance of SPS and TBT issues. I am also the delegate covering SPS, and SPS is a subject very dear to my heart and its importance. And I would also highlight that others have mentioned this as well, including Kristen and Gerald, when he spoke about how not having access to GMO crops have increased the food prices of their food bill. So I guess this takes us to the importance of having good regulatory frameworks in place. So Juliana, we have 3 minutes to wrap up, so you have the last word, please.
Okay, thank you, Renata. I would like to just comment and make an add to what Jennifer mentioned. I think what we need to look when we think about collaboration is that you don't have a silver bullet to solve the issues. Not only you cannot solve the issues with one single actor of the value chain, you need everybody to work together with private sector, academia. So you need to bring everybody on board to discuss things, because then you have a more big approach, a holistic approach, I would say. But also don't think that you can solve any of those topics, because those are complex topics that if you think you have a very good one solution, I can guarantee that is wrong, because probably you need more than one solution to solve any issue on agriculture and the food and agriculture value chain.
Thank you again, Juliana, for highlighting there's no one size fits all, and how we need to take into consideration all of these different characteristics and places. I have actually several of questions that I would love to pose to all of you, including some of the SPS issues that we haven't had the chance to delve into. Unfortunately, we are very much on time, but perhaps this is one of many discussions to come in the future. And I would like to thank all of the wonderful panelists for joining us today and for your time and for your answers. As negotiators, I think we definitely will try to take on board as much as what we've heard today into the negotiations. And of course, with the lens, as Gerald said, of what it means on the farms day to day and what implications it has on the production of food and ensuring global food security through trade. We have now come to the end of the first roundtable, and I would like to ask viewers to stay with us for the second roundtable on food standards for better functioning global value chains, which will start at 2 p.m. set using the same live stream link that you have. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a good lunch. To those who are in Europe, other types of meals, I'm sure, for others joining from other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Renata.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Bye, Ambassador. Bye.
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 You can switch your video on. You can start now.
A very warm welcome to all to this second roundtable of the Agri-Food Business Day, entitled Food Standards for Better Functioning Global Value Chains. My name is Elisa Olmeda de Alejandro, and I'm very pleased to be here with you in my personal capacity, moderating today's second roundtable. First, some words on process. I will be putting 2 rounds of questions to our panelists, after which I will be opening the floor to questions from you, the viewers. Viewers can send the questions to dialogues@wto.org. I would like to begin by providing a little bit of context for today's event. Global agricultural and food trade has more than doubled since 1995, amounting to $1.5 trillion today, with emerging and developing country members' exports on the rise. As trade in agricultural commodities and food rises, so do standards and regulations. The rise for a number of reasons, because regulators and consumers want, above all, to ensure that food is safe, that food is nutritious, that food labels do not provide misleading information, are accurate and truly helpful to facilitate consumer choice, that food is appropriately packaged, and much more. Many regulations also go into completely different sets of issues like sustainability and fair trade. That is a tall order of objectives, which in the WTO world breaks down into 2 different legal instruments: the Agreement of Sanitary and Phytosanitary Measures, or the SPS agreement, as it's called in the WTO jargon, and the Agreement on Technical Barriers to Trade, or the TBT agreement. The SPS agreement is an agreement that explicitly recognizes the right of governments to take measures to protect human, animal, and plant life and health, as long as these are based on science, are necessary for the protection of health, and do not unjustifiably discriminate against foreign sources of supply. The TBT agreement is a broader agreement that goes into standards and regulations that go beyond health and safety, like food labeling, packaging, and packaging requirements. A core principle for both agreements is that governments must try to base themselves on international standards as much as possible when they design national requirements to avoid the conflicting regulations across the globe. This is called harmonization in the WTO world, and I know that it matters tremendously to industry, as I'm sure we will be hearing a lot about it today. Particularly relevant to this panel is the outcome to the WTO's 12th Ministerial Conference on SPS issues. There, ministers adopted an SPS declaration that would allow the agreement to respond to modern SPS challenges. In it, they launched a work program that would address emerging SPS concerns, like the impact of climate change or the increased pace of technological innovation and trade in food, animals, and plants. A work program of enormous importance and which could bring benefits to industry and facilitate trade. I hope that in the hour and a half we have before us, we will have an opportunity to explore all of the complex world standards and trade in with our very distinguished panelists. With us today are various industry representatives and the distinguished ambassador of Cameroon. I hope we will be able to hear about the types of trade barriers encountered on the ground and the improvements to the trading environment that needs to be made. So please let me, without further ado, introduce the panel to you. We have Ambassador Salomon Ehed, he's the permanent representative of Cameroon to the WTO. We have Karel du Marchi Sarvas, who is an executive director of Health for Animals. Jamie Junker, chair of IDF Science and Program Coordination Committee. Julia Di Tommaso, International Strategic Advisor on Sustainability, Innovation and Food System. Cindy Brown is the president of Global Poles Confederations, and Randall Giraud, who is the VP of Global Regulatory Affairs and leader in Cargill. So I would like to start today with our questions. So we'll start with the first round, and I will go first to Karel du Marchi Sarvas. So Karel, let me ask you, as Executive Director of Health and for Animals, what can you tell us how much trade there is in live animals and meat? Are standards clearly key to live animals and meat trade, in particular to dealing with various kinds of animal diseases? Can you also comment on the obstacles that your industry faces in the field?
Sure. Hi, Eliza. I hope you can hear me. Yes, good.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good day, everybody, and thanks for that introduction, Eliza. Yeah, good questions. Let me start with saying what we do. We make Health for Animals is the global association, and we represent all of the producers and people who make vaccines, parasiticides, and antibiotics for the billions of animals around the world to keep or to make them healthy. Now, to answer your question directly, Eliza, how much animal trade is there? Well, the latest estimate is that there are about 42 million tons of meat traded. I think that's last year's figure, and about 2 billion live animals. And of course, that's only meat. I'm not even mentioning dairy here. I know Mr. And this trade has been increasing and continues. So we're seeing increasing consumption rates of meat, milk, eggs, and fish globally, and that means the trade is increasing. And in terms of animal health, we've got Codex and the World Organization for Animal Health, which these two organizations predominantly set our standards, and these are to do with promoting safety of animal products, but also protecting animal welfare, or preventing disease spread and so on. And we strongly support these groups and the standards they set. Now, let me turn to the obstacles. You asked me about obstacles. I've identified three main obstacles to trade and the challenges. First, and this will be no surprise to people listening, there's a failure in some countries to actually implement or uphold the existing standards around the world. Codex and WOA in our case have agreed these standards. Not implementing them fundamentally undermines all of these important things like food security or animal health or opportunities for farmers or for traders. A second obstacle to trade is regions that are actively promoting non-science-based concepts, arguments, the ones you refer to in the introduction, in the standard setting process. And we see arguments, consumer preference or political preference as arguments arising up, and these are non-science-based, and these are undermining. But a new concern we have, I have to say, is that, and I know a lot of organizations and a lot of industries have this, is that we're expecting a new wave of new production standards coming in to promote sustainable production or more sustainable production. Now, obviously, we all support more sustainable production, but and indeed, my industry makes a whole bunch of products which help farmers produce more sustainably. But forcing countries or other countries that sometimes have fundamentally different production systems to adopt the exact same standards would be a problem, and probably highly incompatible with WTO standards and SBS standards. And the last obstacle that we've identified, and this is very specific to our industry, relates to the trade of meat of vaccinated animals or the animals themselves. So in many different types of countries, we see resistance to vaccination of animals against what are important, preventable diseases. And this resistance comes from the fact that people believe that vaccinated animals or their meat will not be easily exported or traded. But that is a very, very antiquated view. It's a very antiquated view because all of the technology and the vaccine technologies exist to be able to distinguish between a vaccinated animal and a sick animal. The more vaccination there is, the less disease spread, the safer the traded food is, and that's a good thing. Now, where does WTO come in? Very simple. Last sentence for me on this answer. The WTO has a very powerful role to play, I think, by encouraging all stakeholders to uphold and encourage these science-based standards, which are agreed in these international organizations. Thank you, Eliza.
Thank you so much, Carol, for that. Really good to know that the WTO has a good role to play. And it is something that we should take into account, what you said of the antiquated view. So I might have follow-up questions for you later on. For now, I would pass to Jamie Junker. Jamie, the dairy industry is subject to many different standards and regulations across the globe. In particular, because of the wider variety of dairy products that are sold. That talk us through then how your industry untangles the complex web of regulations that it faces and where you see the greatest barriers to trade.
Great. Thank you, Elisa. And it's my pleasure to be here today representing the global dairy sector through the International Dairy Federation. First, let me acknowledge that the dairy sector is well organized thanks to the International Dairy Federation, which represents the whole dairy value chain around the world, from farmers through processors to the retailers and consumers. It represents the voice of dairy to intergovernmental organizations such as Codex, and has led the standardization of analytical methods with its partnership with the International Organizations for Standards, ISO, since 1963. The International Dairy Federation was formed in 1903, so we are nearing our 120th anniversary. And it was formed to develop the first standards for dairy products, to define what is dairy, butter, and milk, and would mean, and also in developing the analytical methods to their controls. These standards were initiated by representatives of governments, farmers, processing industry, and others, and they're based on science, evidence, and consensus. So we've been at this role of helping to develop consensus-based standards for more than 100 years. All stakeholders involved recognize the importance of standards, in particular, internationally harmonized standards, so that all actors speak the same language and trade in comparable terms, so that consumers are not misled and have access to safe dairy foods. The first international standard that was developed was about the use of dairy terms. It was initiated by the International Dairy Federation and provoked the creation of an FAO-WHO committee of experts that would then develop into the Codex process that we know today. IDF transferred its standards for the dairy products to Codex. And we have now a long standing history of working with Codex for dairy standards through the Milk and Milk Products Committee. But we also, of course, engaged in a variety of the other committees that have impact on the safety of dairy products around the world. Within IDF, any stakeholder can bring any matter of concern of barrier to trade and work in a pre-competitive space to bring guidance to farmers, industry, and even to the Codex level, or provide support via its network to member countries. The standards are science-based and agreed upon consensus, making them easier to implement by all. So by having this century-long process in working to harmonize international standards, we've set a level playing ground for dairy trade across the world. We also do, of course, participate in other standard setting bodies like the World Organization for Animal Health, because we deal with animals before the milk goes into those delicious dairy products. Having a robust set of recognized international standards helps lead to fewer trade issues. And we found that by working through our IDF process, we generally gain that consensus in a pre-competitive process that can then be utilized through the standard setting bodies to help ease global trade. Dairy trade around the world is vitally important. Moving the superior dairy protein and dairy product matrix to consumers around the world to lift the nutritional value of the diets of everyone worldwide. Nearly 1 billion people are involved in the dairy sector worldwide, roughly 1 out of every 8 people, which means that the global trade in dairy is not only important to the nutritional and health aspects of our population, but also vitally important to the economic outcome of those billion people. And because of that and this long-term work that the IDF has placed in international standards, we have successfully allowed for dairy trade to continue to grow. That's not saying that there aren't hiccups along the way. Yes, there are problems from time to time, and that's why there are places to resolve those problems like at WTO. And I think that's a good spot for me to end on that excellent question. Thank you, Elisa.
Thank you so much, Jamie, for that. Now, Julia, let me come to you. What, in your view, are the contemporary and emerging regulatory concerns that internationally traded food has to contend with? And can you walk us through issues such as nutrition and sustainability, providing examples if possible?
Can you please unmute?
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can. Thank you. Thank you, Julia.
So thanks for the question. Really, thank you. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. Thanks to the WTO for hosting this important forum on food standard and the role of international agreement can play in fostering an inclusive, equitable trade and achieving the zero hunger. As you said, upholding the standards, how we can facilitate trade inclusively is really vital, but the issues are too complex to be addressed by one organization alone. That's why conversation like this today is so important. We have to ensure that the trade agreement can catch up with the new reality. And as you mentioned, the WTO 12 Ministerial Conference Declaration and the work program is very important in showing the connection with the emerging challenging and making sure that the agreements can really are in touch with the new reality, can be part of the transformation towards more sustainable food systems. But let me first briefly touch on 2 key regulatory areas where I believe we need to be looking at collectively. One, as was mentioned, is of course the need to achieve greater harmonization, as well as mutual recognitions of principles, as well as how we can foster more intra and interregional trade, a regional integration, how we can ensure that we can develop the necessary policy and the regulatory framework and the capacity development really behind that. So, for example, to your question, we have seen where it can take up to 3 to 4 weeks to move a food product between 2 neighboring countries in Africa. It is perhaps quicker and sometimes cheaper to import goods all the way from Asia than between 2 neighboring countries. So while this harmonization and the to drive global trade is important, we should continue to foster optimized regional integration in the supply chains. And secondly, to your question, I would like to reflect together on the need to be more considered and have an holistic approach on how we can manage the sustainability standards. We all agree we should aspire to higher standards and deliver on the environmental and social goals. And those growing voluntary standards on sustainability can be a catalyst to transition to more sustainable food systems. For instance, environmental and social criteria, as well respect for human rights requirements, are included nowadays in the supply chain agreements, for instance, the cocoa sector in West Africa, which have led to a ladder approach effect, to a race to the top, enhancing and upscaling the compliance programs of the cocoa producers and benefiting ultimately also the local community and their livelihoods on the ground. However, there is also a real risk, these new standards and the policies that come together are unintentionally creating new barriers to access to markets and to trade, with potentially negative effect on trade and development. And examples of these, some of these standards are unworkable or too costly, especially for small players in developing countries, and will not guarantee access to smallholder farmers to global and regional, if not local, value chains. So I think that collectively addressing these new areas that are emerging will require a new way of thinking, a mutual understanding, more collaborations, a partnership, to ensure a closer dialogue between the governments, the civil society, the private sector, and the farmers and smallholders, and looking at the positive impacts on the local livelihoods in developing countries. And positive impact could mean a lot, much greater female participation in the formal labor market, for instance, where income are higher. And I feel very strongly about that.
Thank you so much, Julia, for those comments. And yes, it's amazing to see how the voluntary standards have sprung and have gone so much that they can unintentionally be a barrier in access to trade. So it would be good to continue this conversation, as you said, to address ways and mutual understandings to make sure that they have a purpose and do not unintentionally it could be a barrier. So thank you again, Julia, for that. I'll be coming back to you for another question in the time. Now let me pass to Cindy, Cindy Brown. So the Global Pulse Confederation represents all segments of the pulse industry value chain, from growers, logistics, suppliers, traders, exporters, and importers, governments, multilateral organizations, processors, consumers, and more. So how important is a well-functioning regulatory environment for the global pulse value chain, Cindy?
Oh, thank you, Elsa. I'm really honored to be part of the Agri-Food Business Day and this panel. At the Global Pulse Confederation, we represent the entire value chain of the pulse industry, from the growers of kidney beans, peas, lentils, and chickpeas to the people that consume them. And as you can imagine, a well-functioning regulatory environment is extremely important to us. Good regulation provides stability, predictability, and transparency in the global trade of pulses, and for that matter, all products. Inconsistency of regulatory approaches and the lack of science-based standards create trade barriers. We know full well the importance of providing safe and nutritious food, and this can be stymied, however, when trade can't rely on harmonization to level the field. When trade restrictions are established without using science, they can be perceived as being political, nationalistic, whatever word you choose to put there. For example, various crop inputs used in the production of pulses may vary from one country to another. And while importing countries use a totally different set of standards. So establishing science-based standards can really narrow the trading gap between developing and developed countries. The pulse industry sees a great opportunity in the recent sanitary and phytosanitary declaration adopted last June. Clear and transparent rules around MRLs will greatly facilitate the movement of food throughout the world. And encouraging members of WTO to provide early notification if their standards change. It's imperative if trade is to remain open and free-flowing. The non-alignment of MRLs create a major barrier to the delivery of food to some of the world's most vulnerable populations. Roughly 20% of member notifications involve pesticides. So clearly the harmonization of MRLs based on scientific data is needed to offset the nationalistic pursuit of various countries. At this point, I just want to comment on what Carol has said as well. As the new wave of production standards are being promoted for sustainability, that it's so important at this juncture to identify and establish what those standards are, because right now it's a wide open field. Functioning and fair regulation provides key stability and transparency for everyone from farmers to consumers, field to fork. That said, hastily and poor thought out execution can have unintended and far-reaching consequences. A good example were the U.S. trade disputes over steel and aluminum and the resulting regulatory or retaliatory tariffs applied by affected countries. In the end, no real gains were made for the protected industry, while consumers paid the resulting increase in food prices. Another example of this was found in the pulse trade with India, when the country enacted legislation to become self-sufficient in pulse production, an immediate duty was placed on pulse imports, including pulses that were already afloat. When these vessels arrived at destination and were subject to the new duty, they were priced too high for the market to bear, and vessels were turned away. This action caused broad and severe impacts, which took years to normalize. When governments decide to either stop the importation or exportation of food based on political interests, trade is no longer stable, predictable, or transparent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy, for reminding us also again of the importance of harmonization and harmonization based in science. I'll be coming back to you for some additional questions, but for the time being, then I'll pass to Randall. Randall, let me then ask you, Cargill is as global a player as there is in international agricultural trade, operating in 70 countries and in a number of different sectors. And as a company that connects farmers to markets, what are the main regulatory challenges that Cargill encounters?
Yes, thanks, and good morning, afternoon, evening for everybody. And thanks for the question. I think you rightly note that the private sector and businesses along the food and feed supply chain take on a responsibility to define, enable, and ensure compliance with those national food safety, animal health and welfare, and phytosanitary regulations to deliver the food to their customers. These national requirements are often non-negotiable with those regulatory authorities, and by extension, are non-negotiable with our customers and their consumers. As a practical matter, national requirements in one country often move back through those interconnected global food system supply chains as companies strive to comply and as they bring safe, sustainable, and nutritious food to the tables of our consumers. I have been fortunate to work for a company with business operations across several facets of the global food system, and these business operations often sit between our farmer customers at the start of these complex interconnected agricultural value chains and our branded food customers and their consumers with specific production and product quality requirements at the other end. From that perspective, if I was to highlight one of the most significant and impactful regulatory opportunities to build both efficiencies and improve sustainability of the global food system, I would focus government attention towards addressing those issues related to the adoption and use of food system innovations, encouraging them to work together to incentivize trade, to strengthen cross-border relationships, and do it in a way that avoids new and existing technical barriers to trade. I do believe that the road to agricultural sustainability is paved with science and technology in all of its diverse forms and applications, and that those same technologies embraced today and in the future by production agriculture, the grain industry, food manufacturers, and branded food companies need a responsive regulatory system that is predictable, transparent, and most importantly, consistent across borders to enable those innovations and to create a global food system that is agile and responsive to the challenges of global food security. Along with the other panelists, we are very encouraged to see the recognition of the importance of production, agriculture, and innovation in the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference last June, and highlight how the SPS Committee should explore how to facilitate that global food security and a more sustainable food system through that nexus between sustainable growth, innovation in agricultural production, and the use of international standards. The private sector, we're eager to engage.
Thank you so much, Rhonda, for that, for those comments. And now I would start then with the second round of questions for you. And again, I will start with Carol. So let me come to you on one question here. During the COVID pandemic, a wave of new health and safety standards were set in a number of for a number of food products. How was the meat sector impacted? And in your opinion, is the WTO rulebook successful in dealing with health and sanitary emergencies such as the COVID pandemic?
Thanks. And I'm lucky I get the easy questions, right? Thank you. So yeah, I think during the pandemic, we all saw, every sector, but including ours, we saw kind of almost wildfire of trade limiting COVID measures. And, you know, some of these were based on science and a lot of them were not. A lot of them were based on kind of underbelly or assumptions or thoughts. And there was even some kind of anti-livestock campaigning as part of that. So what we saw, again, is a kind of almost panic reaction. It was a kind of a patchwork of requirements, and that did hamper trade and led to shortages of specific products, including, you know, animal protein products in different places. And it also hampered the trade of our products, and most notably vaccines, which are moved around the world, you know, quite a lot, animal vaccines. So obviously we share kind of any concerns about, you know, infectious diseases that could be like COVID, that could be spread in traded commodities. I mean, everybody has that concern. You know, we all went around for 2 years wearing masks to prevent that spread. But, you know, all of the governments have invested heavily in things, you know, the rulemaking and the standards at Codex or World Organization for Animal Health to make these kind of standards and rules that prevent us needing to put in place these kind of overly restrictive measures. And you know, the theory and the logic is well laid out in the SPS chapter, and that's that science-based approach you referred to in your introduction, Eliza, and many speakers have referred to it. That's got to be the basis, even at times of crisis like COVID crisis. So to answer your question very directly, for us, the COVID crisis and the situation, it kind of emphasized the need to stick to the rules, harmonized rules, specifically developed for safe trade of commodities and animal protein in our case. For us, it also showed, and maybe I'm benefiting from the opportunity to have the mic here right now, is the importance of veterinary medicines for human and environmental health. You know, human medicines, because of their importance to public health, and you know, they have duty-free access. We don't have that yet. So maybe this is a little plug for my sector here, but you know, moving these vaccines, moving the results, the animals, the meat around in the same way, even in times of crisis, is really important for all of the reasons mentioned. Thanks for.
Thank you so much for that, Carolyn. I would now actually, I'm very happy to see Ambassador Head here with us. So I'm gonna go to him. So if you allow me, the other panelists, I'll go straight to Ambassador, Your Excellency. Developing and least developed countries are significant exporters of agricultural products. Cameroon, for instance, is one of the most important exporters of coffee, cocoa, and cotton. Can you describe to us some of the challenges that developing world faces in meeting food regulations? And again, very happy to see you, that you could join us today. So the floor to you, Ambassador.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Madam. First of all, I apologize for being late. I was a little bit lost. I went to WTO. I thought that it was the meeting result there. But anyway, for answering your question, let me first of all commend your leadership and appreciate this initiative. I think this is a relevant roundtable, which is at this particular moment of so many problems we are facing in terms of agriculture, in terms of visit. So, yes, to answer your question, you do well to recall that Cameroon is a major exporter of agricultural products, particularly coffee, cocoa, cotton, bananas, as you have mentioned, timbers. These exported products, like those of most developing countries, are faced with sometimes complex food regulation from our business partners, thus limited the competitiveness of our local product. As part of national export strategy, a study was conducted to operationalize access to target markets in European Union, for example, in accordance with the Economic Partnership Agreement with this partner. This study presents a list of regulatory measures for the European Union, for example, and targeted countries that affect the marketing of Cameroon's priority products and services. It is very difficult to consider them as a non-tariff barrier, which are contrary to WTO agreement or the EPA, which is Economic and Partnership Agreement, and which could be dismantled. Nevertheless, the study presents the constraints by sector that Cameroonian producer face in complying with this regulation and procedure. In order not to be long enough, we are going to take the case of the coffee sector, for example, precisely green coffee. Operators face the following constraints. The first is the traceability, compliance, and accountability in food and feed. The regime, which is in the same as that, which also applies to chocolate, provides that all food products imported into European Union must comply with the requirement deemed at least equivalent by the Union Article 11. Responsibility for compliance with this requirement lies with Operator Article 17, who must also ensure traceability of any product intended or likely to be incorporated into food stuff, Article 18. We have the control of pesticide residues, in or foodstuff or plant origin. We have, for example, sanitary control of foodstuff or non-animal origin. For example, this term brings together a set of health regulations that foodstuff market in the European Union must comply with. This regulation provides a large number of precautions to be observed concerning products intended for import into European Union. These precautions concern both the method or the preparation and the premises in which these products are prepared and stored. Third, for example, we have the organic production label. This regulation provides that a product from a third country may bear the label of organic production, provided that it has been produced and controlled in third countries according to the rules that comply with or are deemed to be equivalent to European Union. The several other sectors, you just have a series of sometimes complex measures which do not promote the competitiveness of our agricultural products. It should be noted that more recently, for example, I think it was this week, 13 developing countries, including 3 African members, maybe Cameroon is going to join, sent a joint letter addressed to WTO, expressed reservation to the EU directive or zero deforestation product, prohibiting access to its territory of all agricultural or processed product from deforested land. These other EU measures should undeniably affected public agriculture, industrial and economic policies in several developing countries, including in Africa. The 3 countries I named was Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria. As I told, maybe Cameroon is going to join. For example, have reduced their forest reserve to develop new plantation of cocoa, rubber, kawas, and coconuts. So this is difficult for us is to explain. You see, this measure, for example, reduce our public policy on agriculture. We are facing a lot of problems. For us, this is we all know that this measure has a link with trade and environment. We are in favor of the protection of our environment, but we have to take in consideration that trade policy or agricultural policy is targeted. So this is going to increase the food security problems, for example, and because the revenue from these products are going to be, we are going to lose the revenue of this product to enable us to import products for local consumption. So I don't know if I gave a concrete reply to your question. That's, for example, that's few indications I could get at this particular moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. No, yes, you have described to us the challenges and also the consequences of these challenges. So thank you for that. I'll be coming back to you for a second question, but let me now pass then to Jamie. So Jamie, other than product standards, the conformity assessment procedures that governments impose to ensure compliance with standards can sometimes prove problematic for the industry. What issues do conformity assessment procedures raise for the dairy industry, which sells many perishable products that require speed?
Great, thank you, Elisa, for another excellent question. As I mentioned in my first answer, the great work that collaboration that IDF has had with Codex on the standards for a lot of different dairy products. And you're right, the importance of food safety is very strong in the dairy industry worldwide. All operators are aware that most dairy products are perishable and need to be handled with care. Therefore, the procedures need to be well accepted and meet the need of and the realities of the sector. This is where we get into moving beyond just the standards of identity for foods, but moving into the food safety standards. All stakeholders, including industry, have the possibility to bring concerns to the table within our organization at the International Dairy Federation or via national or regional dairy associations, the unique food safety aspects that they may have within their production, processing, and distribution systems. At the international level, via consensus and scientific input, IDF and the International Standards Organization provide standards that serve as reference for most analytical procedures. We also have collaboration with test manufacturers, which have allowed for rapid tests to provide for quick answers for trade, which is highly important for products that are more perishable. And these rapid tests are validated against the reference methods for validation, bringing additional satisfaction about the outcome of the test results. If there are concerns or issues where conformity assessment procedures cannot be implemented, it's of interest of all parties to work together in order to achieve harmonized test results for fair trade of safe products. And again, I go back to our longstanding work that we have with the Codex Alimentarius in a variety of sectors that help with setting these international standards. So the Committee on Food Hygiene, the Codex Committee on Residues of Veterinary Drugs and Food, the recent finished Codex Task Force on Antimicrobial Resistance, and other places where IDF is an observer organization that actively participates in those meetings to bring our unique dairy industry concerns and knowledge to those processes. Once those codex processes are finalized, we then work on the important part of helping to implement them in a manner that can be adapted in every country for their unique situations. That's our longstanding work of 60 years with the International Standards Organizations on analytics and methodologies. Of course, if there are delays in trade, such as we've seen more recently with the with some of the breakdown of the ability to move product around the world, that brings challenges to a product that is more perishable. But that's why we continue to have those important safety tests that can be utilized to assure that the product is still safe upon arrival. Of course, if the answer from the test is no, that it's not safe, we certainly would not want that product to be consumed by anyone in the public. And so really these long-standing processes that we have helped make the trade of dairy products around the globe more safe for consumers worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, for that, and congratulations on that long-standing work. And I hope it does continue like that to be able to coordinate better responses. So now I would turn to Julia. Julia, is the regulatory world too slow to adapt to new technologies like biotech, foods, and how does this impact international trade? Can you give us your opinion? Julia, I believe you might be in mute.
Yeah, good. So, yeah, well, thanks for the question. Everybody seems to agree we need to take immediate action, an urgent one, to address the global challenges and climate change. And regrettably, this doesn't translate into the right pace. And just stepping back when we talk about innovation and trade, reminding ourselves of the key important objectives of trade that is really promoting economic and social growth, building trust, also improving the availability of nutritious foods, affordable globally, which including, as we heard, opening up markets and opportunities, enhancing the resilience of the global food supply chains, protecting consumers, as well as delivering on greater choices for consumers. So to your question, regulations and trade policies, again, should ease all this, not create new barriers. And particularly when we get this to this nexus between food security and innovation, regulation and trade in this space has to have a critical role in accelerating the transition, not to hinder or delay. And innovations, responsible innovations in the food and agriculture space, some of these technologies which are crucial and critical to address and solve these global challenges are not only differs from country, but they don't get to the hands of the people that can use it. So in some of these technologies, the new innovations and the route to market from the R&D stage pipeline into the hands of these farmers, the smallholder farmers, is getting longer, it's not shorter. Recent studies show in the ag-food biotech space that certain innovations could take up to 20 years to reach the farmers, the final users. So as we think of the main changes we need to make to our food systems today to prepare for the future, time is essence, and the time is now.
Thank you, Julia, for that. So yes, the time is now, and we might need to move a little bit more quickly. So also in our case, so we're doing a good pace, but I will continue with the questions. Then Cindy, how would greater digitalization and e-commerce facilitate the global pulse value chain?
Thank you again for that great question. In 2021, the global trade impulses reached $87.6 billion. And going forward, we're projected to reach $114.7 billion by the end of 2027. But I think we can only make these gains with wider acceptance of digitalization through all sectors of the pulse trade. Blockchain is slowly moving forward. It's gaining a foothold in some industries, and it seems to be advancing somewhat in the bulk grain trade. However, there isn't a lot of momentum at this point in pulses. In reality, it probably won't gain acceptance until platforms have been developed and are working well for the grain sector. You know, unlike the grain sector, the majority of pulses are shipped in containers. So as blockchain continues to grow, we may find opportunities using containerization to support discussion around sustainability and where and how pulses are produced. We expect that we'll see consumer demand for traceability as more and more people show interest in the sustainability of the food that they eat. So, as I mentioned before, when we look at sustainability, when we look at moving that aspect forward, I think that's an area that's wide open for standards to be applied. Now, the COVID pandemic seems really to have changed the mindset of international commerce. The acceptance of QR codes and scanned copies of documents is now widespread, which it needed to be because things were at a standstill at the beginning of the pandemic because people weren't in their offices. And now, what was once a novel idea seems quickly to have become the norm. But while exporters have grasped the importance of things like e-FIDOs, we've seen some importing countries having a very hard time accepting the use of electronically generated documents. And it was a barrier, in fact, still is in some instances, of getting the electronic presentation there versus having the actual document in hand. So as digitization expands in other industries, it's important to continue the momentum of it in agriculture and in food. Now, COVID created havoc with transportation and essentially brought global logistics crashing down. Shipping lanes that were reliable for decades became spotty at best, and containers and ships never seemed to be in the right location to move the products. You know, at that point, the world was focusing more on consumer goods than they were on shipping food and raw materials. So we're hopeful that digitization might actually create new efficiencies in logistics, allowing for better flow, shortening turnaround time of containers, shortening turnaround time of vessels, and relocation of containers, which will actually lead to reduced shipping costs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Randall, let me return to you. What kinds of changes would you like to see the WTO make to improve the regulatory environment for your industry? And in your opinion, does the WTO have the right instruments, the right legal instruments in place and the way to enforce them?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and it's great to hear all of the discussion we've been having to this point about enabling a global food system that is safe, sustainable, and really focused on enabling food security. I'm encouraged to hear the references to a rule-based system which requires a functioning WTO and the organizations that underpin it. Those TBT and SPS agreements you mentioned earlier and their respective committees can really be an efficient instrument to facilitate and safeguard what's needed for international cooperation. And both of those agreements strongly encourage their members to base their measures on international standards. I think it's fair to say that the WTO often does have the relevant instruments and tools. What really is needed is enhanced cooperation between those governments and the public-private dialogue in decision-making. Governments need to better collaborate to help increase the transparency and predictability of those national regulatory frameworks for those of us here on the ground, moving that food from areas of deficit to, areas of surplus to areas of deficit. Adherence to those international standards and effective participation in those international standard setting work is really important and needed in this regard. And in particular, governments need to ensure and hold each other accountable that while they pursue legitimate national objectives, governments are also not creating unnecessary obstacles to trade. As the recent crisis has shown, resilience of our agricultural supply chains is critical, and international cooperation is indispensable to address some of these vulnerabilities. So maintaining and facilitating safe agricultural and food trade is key to mitigating the negative effects of this perma-crisis that we talk about on the food security and on the livelihoods of farmers and our consumers. We see and welcome the new positive dynamic of enhanced engagement with the private sector in these debates held at the WTO on agricultural trade, food security, and as is mentioned, the importance of this digital transformation along these value chains. The private sector, as I mentioned, is eager to engage, and there is a great opportunity here for both the public and private sector to row in the same direction towards increased sustainability of food and really enhancing the international trade, which is so critical to our global food security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Randall, and thank you for reminding us that what it is needed is that more cooperation. So last but not least, I will turn back to the ambassador ahead. Ambassador, are developing and least developing countries getting the help that they need in meeting these standards? And the WTO, together with a number of partner agencies, set up the Standards and Trade Development Facility, the STDF, for instance, for capacity building in the developing world. What additional support do Africa and other developing and least developed countries members need, in your opinion? Ambassador, I believe you're in mute.
Thanks so much, Madam, for this relevant question. On the global level, in addition to capacity building, with the fund for the application of standards and development of trade created by WTO, and the need for harmonization of standards for the reduction of cost, I think that the additional support that Africa needs is specific to each sector. So in our first presentation, we took the example for the coffee sector, noting the constraints faced by Cameroonian operators. On this subject, to stay with our example and for the specific case of the EU market, we believe that it is important for the WTO and its partners organization to first help African government and business community to organize a system of information and dissemination of the requirements of our trading partners relating to marketing standards, labeling, the presence of pesticide residues, the eco label, for example. Second, to help African government and business communities to organize a certifying control system and the establishment of laboratories relating to the general requirement of our commercial partners concerning the hygiene and foodstuffs, relating to compliance with the maximum authorized limits for plant protection products and pesticide residues. This is, for example, this autopsy can also be carried out in other sectors that support the economic fabrics of our country and even of African countries in order to make our product competitive and deal with rampant food insecurity. That's, I think, these few measures with regard of time. We hope that if this is undertaken, it could help, for example, the access of the market.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I don't know if I caught you, if you wanted to express something else, but thank you for that response. I think we have many questions from viewers, which I will now field to you. So I'll start, Ambassador, since I have you there, I'll start with you again. I'll take the opportunity that you're already here quicker. So a question from a viewer in Malawi. How effective is the African group in the WTO in coordinating positions, including on regulatory issues? Ambassador, you're in mute.
Yes, thank you for this question. I don't know if I don't know if she's here in Geneva, but African group works very hard with a lot of consultation with regard of regulation. We have a permanent meeting, regular meeting that we consult and we try to harmonize our position. I don't know on which he wants to refer, but what I know is that we have a framework. We have recently set down a task force, maybe to think or to consult regularly on relevant issue on WTO, with, for example, on rules. I don't know if I have answered the question.
I believe you have, and thank you for explaining how the African group coordinates and the steps you're taking to be more coordinated among the members of the group. Carol, I have a question from a viewer in Singapore. What about the transparency of standards that governments impose? Does the meat industry feel sufficiently informed of changes, including through the WTO?
Good question. Difficult one again. I think it very much differs. There is quite some transparency on standards from some governments and regions. There are cases where there are private agreements. I say private. These are agreements between governments about certain standards between governments which are not so public. And these are bilateral relationships which are sometimes more difficult to find out what's happening. Overall, I think that, coming back to the point I made earlier, the most important thing is that we have an open discussion about what type of standards we have, whether they're science-based, and how to make sure they're science-based. The extreme measure is WTO cases. We've seen those. Very few people like WTO cases because of the history of them. But I do think there is a role for WTO to play a helpful role, actually, to encourage and to encourage countries to uphold science-based standards, to be transparent, and to allow a discussion under its auspices on how some of these issues can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer. And Jamie, I have a question from a viewer in Canada. Is the WTO good at settling dairy disputes?
Thank you, Elisa. And I think perhaps that one came from Canada because there have not been very many dairy disputes in WTO. There was one brought against Canada by a number of countries about 25 years ago that did get a successful resolution between the countries as they negotiated. And the reason I think we don't have very many dairy disputes through the WTO is for a variety of factors. First, actually predating the WTO is the International Dairy Arrangement, which was first formed in 1980 and has been revised a number of times and is now a WTO document, helps set a level playing field. Then you go back to the science-based standards for food safety and our standards of identities that come through the Codex process. I think that strong foundation has really led to a generally functional global dairy trade. Now, there are disagreements from time to time from one country to another. They seem to get worked out outside of the WTO process. The WTO process is always there if they are unable to resolve those issues. But I think that because of those strong-based, science-based food safety and standards of identity, and the International Dairy Arrangement that's within the WTO, that we have a really good opportunity for having harmonized global dairy trade, and I think that's just from a U.S. perspective, where I am based in my day job outside of my role of the International Dairy Federation. Our dairy exports have increased now to 20% of our dairy production. This year, it will be nearly $10 billion in value. And so I think that we've seen, how the opportunities of having, again, these science-based food safety, the food standards of identity as that level playing field, and that international dairy arrangement within the WTO structure to really help facilitate trade and make the opportunities for increasing the value of global dairy trade, not only for my country, the United States, but for lots of countries around the world.
Thank you, Jamie, for that. Now I have a question from a viewer in Geneva, and Julia, I will make this question to you. Does the WTO successfully interact with the business community, or does it need to do more?
It's a great question. I think there's a lot to do more. The WTO has done a lot and continue to do a lot. As some of the panelists earlier said, and Randall made a very good point, we need to enhance the collaboration. And the challenges are too complex and too wide-reaching, as I said earlier. So we need to have a new also approach about collaboration that is also pushes us to move in a new system thinking, where we looked at this collaboration beyond also open discussions, and also we look at the positive impacts. So I think WTO space, by engaging with the private sector and with the other stakeholders, could continue to be a very, very important platform, a space for meaningful discussions that go particularly for around these sustainability standards, so also how we can really need to look collaboratively together on the positive impact that those standards have to generate on the ground.
Thank you, Julia, for answering the question. And I have another question from a viewer in Moldova, but this one I will ask to Cindy. Is the war in Ukraine complicating the situation for trade impulses?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And yes, it certainly is. You know, the Ukraine had been able to increase their production of pulses over the last number of years, and really to become a major player in our industry. And unfortunately, the conflict, the war in the Ukraine has brought many problems for production, from farmers being able to harvest their crop now as we come into spring, looking at being able to plant, much less looking at the devastation and destruction of their farm fields with landmines, with equipment that's been blown up. And then we move on to the point of trying to help them export the product that they had when the war started. So, you know, looking at being able to purchase products that were available, and I believe some of them had been confiscated by the Russian government and taken away. Others have been trying to find their way out through various transportation methods, whether it was by truck to get to ports outside of the Ukraine. There's been a severe problem with pulses, and it's at a time when, you know, food security is such, and pulses are such a standard food staple, that people need more pulses and more pulse production. And it's really unfortunate to see not only the devastation for the people in Ukraine, but the rest of the world that's going to be hungry because of it.
Thank you, Cindy, for that answer. Now I'll pass a question to Randall, and this question comes from a viewer from the US. And the question is, there is much talk about reforming the WTO. How would you reform the WTO in the field of standards? And what should be the priorities?
Yeah, as I mentioned in my comments, you know, I do think that we do have the necessary instruments, right? We have the committees. Really, this is more a question of cooperation, of focus and attention to get some of these international standards completed, and to really focus on what are the key issues that are preventing or limiting our ability to move grains and oil seeds. You know, at this point, we will approach 600 million metric tons of grains and oil seeds that move around the world and are critical to enabling food security, and issues of technology, issues of MRLs, issues of digitalization, and phyto applications. These are all critical elements, right? We strive, of course, everybody along the agricultural value chains to produce safe food, right? And so making sure these food safety standards are science-based, that they're consistent, right? And what's most important as these international committees set standards and folks head back to their capitals, there is a tendency in some places to then further reduce MRLs, and recognizing that MRLs are usually 100 to 1,000 times higher than the safety standard, removing or reducing MRL levels and allowable levels to even 10 times or 100 times lower than that really do have significant impacts on trade. And as our number of speakers mentioned, it's to understand before we make those changes, the impacts on costs, on availability, on the ability of the sector to even deliver to such low levels is really should be the focus of our standard setting. And that's the cooperation. And if once those standards are set, to not go back and tinker with them nationally, which impacts our ability to have those consistent and predictable standards across countries. That really should be the focus of the attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Randall. I have a question here that I would like to ask several of you, actually. So I might just pass quickly to all of you, actually. So we have, and on that note of what Randall just said, is we have a multiple ongoing crisis. And this is a question from Austria. So I believe we have multiple ongoing crises put a downward pressure on standards to more easily access food. So this is the doubt that they'll have is it really a downward pressure on standards to make more of an easily access to food? So Randall, I'll let you carry on and answer, because you were just the last one right now that ties on a little bit to your response. And then I'll ask Cindy and Julia to chime in on this one.
Yeah, so thanks very much. And in fact, much of my comments anticipate the question you just asked, right? I don't think there's anybody in the agricultural feed or animal protein systems that has any interest in producing or trying to distribute food that is not safe. Right? That is a non-negotiable, I think, across all of our agricultural food businesses. Food must be safe. And so when we talk about downward pressure on international standards, in some cases, it's downward pressure on additional risk mitigations or additional risk elements that are imposed by governments, in addition to those existing science-based standards. And so it really does illustrate, in some cases, the levels required for some of these international standards at national levels far exceed either the international standard or the safety standard for those products. And so while we see downward pressure on some of those standards, I don't think that is implicit in any way that there's an additional risk to our consumers around food safety or exposure to exposure, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Randall. So Julia, I'll turn to you to answer the same question, if you believe there is any downward pressure on standards.
As I said earlier, the reflections nowadays allows to consider the sustainability standards from a more holistic perspective. So safety standards, non-negotiable. The new dimension sustainability standards open up new chapters like environmental standards, but also social ones, like for instance, human rights. As I said earlier, we see these voluntary standards have been increasing, especially in the last decade, and they are becoming requirements and criteria within the international supply chain agreements. So this trend is very, very relevant, is very important to look at, and can have, as I said earlier, can be a catalyst for elevating the supply chains at global level by creating this, what is called the ladder approach, or race to the top in terms of the supply chains, but it can also create risks and barriers, as also the ambassador was highlighting. So So again, there are no shortcuts, but this area of sustainability standards open up new chapters, also open up new reflections around what is the governance behind these sustainability standards. So I think it's very interesting also what other organizations are doing, like UNCTAD, the recent UNCTAD report on this topic. I think this is an area that will require perhaps another panel together, another session. So to answer the question is really looking at this as an opportunity as well as a potential additional barriers to trade.
Thank you so much, Julia. Cindy, would you like to add anything on this?
Certainly. Well, thank you. I certainly agree with the comments that have been made. And looking at this crisis that we have, and it's very severe as we try to consider how many people are hungry and are starving to death. I don't feel that the downward pressure on the standards today is happening to the point that we are risking food safety for the individuals that need food. The food safety system is continuing to grow stronger and stronger, and we see more government interaction in countries making sure that what's being produced is safe. It's not unlike what we say to our farmers when they're using various crop protection products and making sure that they're staying safe in the application. But so many times, and Randall commented on this in last question, was the safety standards are so much more rigorous than what not the safety itself, but the MRL standards are so much more rigorous than what they should be. And when we look at the amount of the product that may cause human harm, it's really, really very strong. We look at other chemicals in some of the developing world that come in and may raise a flag. And when you have the tolerances that are so very low, it just really seems more like a barrier to trade overall than what it is actually in trying to protect human safety.
Thank you so much, Cindy. And I'm going to go a little bit quicker, but this question is from the US, and I would like Carol and Jamie, if you could give us a quick answer on this. So from the US, they're asking, a viewer there, what can be done to accelerate the internationalization of standardization process? And codex and other fora are sometimes a bit slow. So what can be done to accelerate this?
Good question. Two answers to that. I think the first thing that can be done is to see how through working within the codex system, it can work faster. We put forward a proposal. I know the crop protection industry has also put forward ideas on how the process itself of looking at the data of in our case veterinary drugs, or in the case of crop protection industry, a crop protection product, how that process of assessing those can be done faster. Let's be honest, all of those products which go through these international systems have already gone through multiple national systems, and which have assessed them and said, okay, these are safe at these levels, and these are the MRLs. And so those processes maybe can go faster. That's part one of the answer. The second part, that's the scientific, related to the scientific assessment. Related to the political assessment, well, we have a processes in the case of Codex, the multi-step process. Yeah, of course that could go a bit faster. And to be honest, Codex is actually working on that quite efficiently right now, taking all kinds of steps in our sector, in the crop protection sector and other areas, to actually process these products through the kind of step process much faster. But let me come back to another important point. It's not just setting the standards, which is an issue and a challenge. It's implementing them as well, and that's really important. That's where we see vast room for improvement, as my old teachers would say in my school reports. Vast room for improvement.
Thank you so much. Jamie, your turn then.
Sure, I'll just build a little bit on what Carol talked about and agree with his comments. Implementation is highly important, and we must have standards that can be implemented across all of the countries that are members of Codex, of the WTO, and recognizing that the ability to implement systems varies from country to country. Things that could happen, that could be implemented in Europe might look different than how you would implement them in Africa versus how you might implement them in Oceania or Asia or the Western Hemisphere. And when you're designing food safety systems that have international standards that you have to conform to, you have to recognize that they must be adaptable to differing countries and the differing political and scientific systems that they have in place. And I think that's probably, as I see we're getting close to the end of our session here, I think I'll stop there because I imagine there'll probably be some concluding comments.
Thank you so much for that, Jamie. And just one very, very quick and last question from the Ivory Coast. And this is for Ambassador Hecht. And he's asking, are you optimistic about the African continent free trade agreement being able to resolve regulatory barriers within Africa? So if you could give us a very short answer, Ambassador, we would appreciate that.
Yes, about the African trade, continental trade. This is, for us, this is a relevant measure. This is a pertinent measure. This is a measure which gives a lot of hope. You know that Africa, in the terms of trade, we are less than 5% in terms of trade in the global trade. And also trade within Africa is too low. I think this free trade continental area is going to help us to achieve our goal of 2063, which is going to be 100 years after the independence of most African countries, is to reach our developmental stage. So this free trade area is going to develop trade within Africa and is going to promote our development, the industrialization of Africa. That's a short sentence. We said it's quick, and this is it was a relevant debate. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for that. So we are running very short on time. So just for me to conclude, thanking you. I think we all take very valuable messages. Particularly, it will resonate among all our viewers that we have to be rules-based, science-based. We need integration. We need cooperation. So many thanks to you all for this very insightful conversation. We have come to a close of this second roundtable. So I would ask viewers to stay with us for the third roundtable on trade facilitation, digitalization, and e-commerce, which would start shortly at 3:50 using this same live stream link. So thank you again all, and it was a pleasure to be with you.
You can open your videos. Sunday, you can start now.
Okay. Welcome to the third roundtable of the Agri-Food Business Day, entitled Trade Facilitation, Digitalization, and E-Commerce. Welcome to our panelists and welcome to our viewers. My name is Sunday Oguche. I am the WTO Agriculture Attaché for the Permanent Mission of Nigeria, and I will be moderating today's third roundtable. I will be putting 2 rounds of questions to our panelists, after which I will be opening the floor for questions from you, the viewers. Viewers can send questions to our email, which is dialogues@wto.org. I would like to begin by providing some context for today's event. Efficient facilitation of trade in food and other agricultural products promises a myriad of benefits, including improved food security, more nutritionally varied diets, greater agricultural productivity, and more export income. Because many foods are highly perishable, they require particularly efficient trade regimes and border crossings. Food security is enhanced when cross-border flows of food cargo are facilitated to minimize time spent in trade, thereby reducing fiscal losses and costs. This session will explore industry and farmer perceptions of how trade can and should be facilitated further to achieve these goals and practical experience on the ground. In addition, it will tackle the impact of digitalization and e-commerce on the food industry, exploring how they can facilitate trade. An unexpected outcome of the COVID-19 era is the extent to which the pandemic is pushing us to automate and digitalize our business processes, including in the field of agriculture. In fact, I have been struck by the number of articles that have appeared in Financial Times since the beginning of this pandemic on the role of agricultural robots in sowing and picking agricultural feed, for instance, presented as a way to overcome the shortage of farm labor created by COVID. Clearly, however, many of these changes started before COVID and will continue well past the pandemic. In fact, one may very well ask if they represent the future of food. It seems that endless possibilities are now opening up in agriculture through technologies such as blockchain, AI, robotics, 3D printing, vertical farming, and quantum computing. Technologies that are fueled by the falling cost of information technology and by our increased ability to generate, collect, and analyze data. Technologies that are also fueled, may I add, by the need to think of innovative ways to grow more food with less land, water, and other natural resources. Digitalization is also impacting the way we trade. Digital platforms can allow producers and consumers alike to access a wide range of markets and enable government to monitor and enforce trade rules in new ways. In fact, there are negotiations currently ongoing in the WTO on e-commerce, a term that refers to the production, distribution, marketing, sale, and delivery of goods and services by electronic means. With us today is a very distinguished panel to discuss all of these issues. We are also honored to have with us today the chair of the WTO Committee on Agriculture. Please let me, without further ado, introduce the panel to you. Marcel Vernoj is the chair of the WTO Committee on Agriculture. Valérie Picard is the Deputy Director of the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation at the International Chamber of Commerce. Emily Whitelock is the Senior Regulatory Affairs Executive of Food Industry Asia. Darren Howe is the Director of Global Business Development of Tremble Incorporated and the Chair of the Digital Ag Association. Stephanie Graber is the Director General of the International Federation of Freight Forwarders Association. Gary Martin is the President and CEO of the North American Export Grain Association. Let me now open the first round of questions. Panelists have 4 minutes to respond to each question. Marcel, let me start with you. You are the chair of the WTO Committee on Agriculture. To viewers who don't know, the Committee on Agriculture is the main body in WTO in which agricultural trade issues get discussed and in which WTO members consult on the policies obstructing trade. How successful is this forum in raising and addressing trade concerns?
Yes, thank you, Sandy. I took over the chair of the committee in June, and of course we're still working. So I'm a bit hesitant to talk about the success of the committee, but I can shed some light on its value, I believe. In my opinion, first point is that we may need to value the work at the WTO of those so-called regular body a bit more. So these regular bodies are all the committees which are distinct from those bodies where we negotiate new rules. We often hear about the activities, of course, of the negotiations, but slightly less prominent on the committee's regular work. But they are, to talk agriculture terms, these committees are the bread and butter of the WTO. So for the Committee on Agriculture, here members exchange information on the state of implementation of the agriculture agreement and their commitments to that agreement. Members discuss concerns that they have on other members' policies and measures related to agriculture and agri-trade. And they discuss new developments. So the agenda of the committee meetings is extraordinarily rich. It cuts across concerns of developing, and least developed members. And the committee is very much driven also by what members themselves report to the committee in their notifications, as well on any question or concern that members have on agriculture policies and measures, which sometimes are yet to be formally notified in the committee. So it's already also at an early stage that members can start engaging with each other. So it's really a committee that spotlights queries on agriculture trade policies every day, allowing for dialogue, and which quietly resolves concerns, and thereby, of course, reducing the burden on the WTO dispute settlement mechanism. And those concerns, Sunday, raised by members can range from questions on new subsidy measures, with whatever form the subsidy might take, new tariffs, attempts to restrict imports or exports through quotas or other export policies such as export restrictions. All these issues can be addressed and are actively discussed as well. So I think if anyone wanted to know what's happening in the world of trade policy in relation to agriculture, the minutes of the meeting and the agenda of the meeting is a great place to go. And I think many scholars, by the way, are doing this. So the committee also is regularly mandated with specific tasks from our supreme bodies, and most prominently now the 12th Ministerial Conference of the World Trade Organization in June has come to a declaration which includes a request to the Agriculture Committee to develop a work program to address food security concerns of net food importing developing countries and least developed countries. And of course, these concerns are honest and very, very, very intense since we've seen food prices become very high and food imports becoming a problem. So I was particularly pleased that in the committee this last meeting, we were able to hone in on the needs of these countries in light of the ongoing food crisis. We have adopted a work program, and it will focus on 4 themes. The first one, exploring how to facilitate the countries I've mentioned across the world to international food markets, how to facilitate the financing of food imports, enhancing agriculture resilience and productivity is the 3rd theme, and the 4th theme, working on several horizontal issues, including very active cooperation with international organizations like the FAO, World Bank, IMF, World Food Programme. So we have already started an active engagement with these organizations.
My chairman, I'm afraid you may have to wrap up now.
Yeah, no, this was my last point. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you, Sandy.
All right, thank you, Marcel, for shedding light on the role of the committee. The committee is actually very important in terms of the monitoring function of the WTO. And we also attest to your leadership role there and the fact that the committee agreed to make progress in terms of the MC12 mandated work program on NFIDCs and LDC. Now, Valerie, let me turn to you. Trade in food is particularly delicate in view of the perishable nature of many foods. How important is the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement in this regard?
Well, thank you very much for that question, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm absolutely delighted. So the short answer to the question is yes, the Trade Facilitation Agreement is extraordinarily important, and particularly for the perishables, which are time sensitive and need to cross borders fast to avoid spoilage and waste. And when we're talking about the Trade Facilitation Agreement, the question is, of course, what are we talking about exactly? We're talking about the red tape that the Trade Facilitation Agreement is designed to address. Well, we're talking about things like, instead of samples being taken out, emptying entire trucks so that every box and label is checked. We're talking about 100% physical inspections instead of relying on risk management. We're talking about import license, the procedures for import licenses not being tied to a single window, not being linked to the single window, so that, we're talking about, and this one is very critical, lack of border agency cooperation, which also the Trade Facilitation Agreement does cover. And these are only some of the examples of the problems that the Trade Facilitation Agreement is designed to address. And when you look at them individually, perhaps doesn't seem all that much, but altogether, these blockages have an absolute deleterious effect on trade, and particularly for the MSMEs. They drive up time and cost, they can drive down profits, and they can translate into lost commercial opportunities if goods aren't being reaching where they're supposed to be getting. And of course, in the worst case scenarios, the goods are ending up rotting on quays and filling up landfills, and all of this negatively impacting a country's competitiveness. So, and the thing is all of these problems, we have a solution, and they're laid out in the Trade Facilitation Agreement. So today, it's really important is advancing towards full implementation of the Trade Facilitation Agreement, particularly in the parts of the world which are still, unfortunately, lagging behind. One of the great examples, of course, of the solutions laid out in the Trade Facilitation Agreement are the phytosanitary certificates. The Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, we've partnered with the IPPC to introduce the IPPC's e-Phyto solution in countries across the world. And we've gotten some really great results. We've worked in Morocco and Senegal, Madagascar, Jordan, Thailand, the list goes on. And just to take one example in Senegal, by introducing the e-Phyto, it's translated into a 40% reduction in time in obtaining the license, and it's saved $57 per certificate. So, these are not insubstantial savings. Similarly, for the import license for key agricultural inputs that many small farmers depend on, we introduced this in Senegal, linking it, digitalizing the process, linking it to the single window. And for each now import permit, there's a savings of 9 hours per import permit and about $33. So all of these, of course, is a huge step forward. And there's, of course, still, as I mentioned earlier, quite a long ways to go in terms of full implementation of the TFA. And I just checked to see, for example, there is a specific provision in the WTO TFA for perishable goods. And I checked just on the TFA website to see where we were on implementation. It stands about 50% across Africa. So just an example. And all of this translates, of course, in that you think the USDA did a study in 2021 that shows full implementation of the TFA. The impact on agriculture can reduce trade costs about 7%. So we're really leaving, by not fully implementing the TFA, we're really leaving, I'd say, money on the table, lost opportunities. And if you'll excuse me the pun, I would say that the savings are there, they're available, they're ripe, they just need to be picked. So thank you very much, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Valerie, for shedding light on the importance of the TFA. I believe the TFA is one agreement that all trade economists will agree with me that the benefit for all members are unambiguous in terms of reduction of cost and time of doing business, and in terms of expanding trade. So thank you for that. I may come back to you with follow-up question. But now let me come to Emily. And to the area of regulations, digitization, and procedures such as e-certification will clearly facilitate compliance with standards and regulation. Have you seen improvements since the COVID pandemic in the adoption of electronic measures? And are they leading to a smoother application of the WTO agreement on sanitary and phytosanitary measures and the agreement on technical barriers to trade that deals with regulations? That's for Emily.
Thank you, Sunday, for posing such a pertinent question. Recent supply chain disruptions due to COVID-19, geopolitical tensions, as well as extreme climate events have certainly heightened the general awareness of the need to move away from antiquated, inefficient processes, including in the regulatory space. Food Industry Asia actually carried out an industry sentiment project earlier this year, capturing data from F&B businesses across ASEAN through a survey and interviews to better understand the supply chain challenges faced, the mitigation methods employed by industry, as well as the sought-for policies that could be introduced to ease some of the pressures felt. And digitalization of processes, systems, and resources was a key theme that emerged and was repeatedly associated with positively contributing towards reduced trade barriers, helping ease market access, as well as aiding build supply chain resiliency. Digitalization has and continues to contribute significantly towards a simplification, enhanced efficiency and clarity of processes in the regulatory space, such as in terms of product registration processes. Digitalization can result in the reduction of administrative burden on both regulators and industry alike. For example, digitalization was implemented during COVID by a number of regulators in some regions and countries, which looks to continue at least to a degree in terms of the permission in certain circumstances to be able to adopt the use of remote communication, electronically submitted documents, and virtual audits, including remote inspection where appropriate. And this really helped enable processes to be carried out in a timely manner, preventing delays and averting imported products from being treated less favorably than domestic products that are similar to them, which is in line with SPS principles. There are certainly some limitations and challenges, but technological advancements are breaking down some of the barriers, and remote audits and inspections, as well as electronically submitted documents, can complement existing methods and measures as well. Going forward, it is certainly a useful approach for existing trade partners and previously audited establishments where there is already a high level of confidence and trust. There's certainly still room for improvement in terms of the uptake of electronic or digitalized measures, but it's very encouraging to see steps being taken in the right direction. And it definitely is appreciated by industry as well as mirrored by them in terms of the initiatives they are taking. So industry are increasingly integrating digitalization into their business models to aid them with supply chain management, production, all the way to marketing and sales. So I guess I'll just finish up by saying that I think we can all agree that multi-stakeholder engagements like this are vital when it comes to working towards at least a certain degree of harmonization in order to facilitate trade, which is central to the WTO agreements. and that sessions like this really help facilitate collaboration and foster knowledge and best practice sharing, so that we can all work together on digitalization efforts and more broadly deal with challenges and embrace opportunities to improve food safety and security. Thank you, Sunday, for asking such a pertinent question.
Thank you, Emily, for shedding light on this issue. I believe everyone will agree, those of us in the trade sector, that there is indeed a positive relationship between digitization and smoother application of the SPS and TBT measures. And the benefits are unambiguous. Like I said, all this will lead to expansion of trade. And thank you again for shedding light on this issue for us. Now, for Darren, how important is digitalization to the future of agriculture in your view? And what role do you see for the WTO, and in particular for ongoing in-commerce negotiations?
Thank you, Cindy, for the question, and thank you for having us join this session. It's a terrific opportunity, and my name is Darren Howie. I work with Trimble. I primarily focus on sustainability and carbon markets, and happy to chair the Digital Ag Association, who brings industry together to discuss and advocate for a number of issues around, in particular, around digitization. Technology is critical as we continue to feed our growing populations, and recently COVID and war have shown us the fragility of our food systems. In the past, we've brought new regions into production to maintain adequate food supply, but today cutting down forests and bringing less productive land into production is just not a viable option. So maximizing production on our current land base is the best path forward, and digital tools play a critical role. Digitization of the farm will be essential for both delivering global ESG goals and long-term food security. Future yields and growth in protein-related sources will not come from blanket applications of genetics and chemistry and fertility solutions, but matching those combinations of these inputs with the right place on the ground or in the animal to optimize production. This all requires data. At the same time, the same can be said in regards to ESG targets and goals. Benchmarks need to be set, and measurements are required to understand and iterate on solutions that improve our environment while maintaining the growth of our food supply. Data is an enabler that ensures production and sustainability go hand in hand with large and small scale farms around the world. It's important that the WTO advocates access to systems and data at the farm level and industry level to iterate and develop systems that drive these objectives. Without this development and adoption of technology, we will not meet the world's climate and food security needs. For systems to scale and gain adoption, they need to be easy for farmers to adopt at a low cost. Inefficiency drives up costs and confusion. The WTO should play a fundamental role in ensuring technology flows from places where technology is created to other places that also need it. In this sense, e-commerce negotiations, as well as agriculture, trade, and environment work should also facilitate and support the flow of information, data, and technology that is fundamental for sustainable agricultural practices and food systems. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Darren. And I assure you that negotiators that are participating, we've taken note of your point, and for those of us that are participating in the negotiation of the e-commerce, I believe the point you've made is one that will help us to move forward on some of the key issues in that negotiation. So I may have to come back to you with further questions. Now, Stephanie, let me come to you. International freight and logistics services are key to international trade. How can trade facilitation, digitization, and e-commerce facilitate your work in moving food from A to B? And what do you need to see from the WTO?
Yes, thank you, Sunday, for the invitation and that question. So to answer, very simply, trade facilitation is key to improving the efficiency of global trade, reducing red tape at borders, facilitating the smooth flow of goods, thereby encouraging economic growth to the benefits of all. Through greater transparency, simplification of trade, more effective and harmonized implementation of custom regulation, red tape and related costs can be reduced significantly and flow of goods accelerated. In reality, it's all about lowering trade barriers and benefiting from an optimized and more efficient and resilient supply chain. By assisting and encouraging the participation of logistic companies represented in FIATA national trade facilitation committees, we are absolutely confident that we will be able to better assess the effectiveness of the trade facilitation agreement on the ground, share best practices, and leverage TFA to reduce red tape and improve the flow of goods more efficiently. And it was mentioned before, recent crises, among which the COVID pandemic has shown the vulnerability of supply chains and the needs for authorities to integrate all stakeholders and work with the private sector to ensure efficient access to essential goods. It is really important to have simple and transparent processes that contribute to the level playing field and the smooth flow of goods. The rise of e-commerce, because you asked the question on e-commerce during the COVID pandemic, has definitely stimulated the adoption of electronic processes and the digitalization of the supply chain. Digitalization will contribute to smooth flow of information, especially advanced cargo information, to automate custom processing and ensure the rapid transit of or release of goods. Digitalization of transport document has a huge potential of, if you look at different estimates, for example, DCSA estimates 4 billion per year with 50% of EBL adoption at a global economic growth rate of 2.4% through 2030. If you look, there is another study of McKinsey that shows that the bill of lading accounts for 10 to 30% of total trade documents cost, and that adopting EBL could save 6.5 billion in direct cost and enable between 30 and 40 billion in new global trade volume while improving supply chain resilience. So, for example, FIATA is contributing to this process through the digitization of FIATA transport documents. The digitization that we launched in May 2020 improved the efficiency and the security of trade, as freight forwarders are now able to issue digital FBLs on their daily online tools, which promotes transparency, data security, speed of information flow, cost of paper, mailing, archiving, and time processing, and also sustainability and environmental protection. So in conclusion, FIATA is looking for regular feedback of the WTO on the performance of TFA, for the encouragement of more balance between public and private sector participation at the levels of national trade facilitation committee, and for increased engagement in the supply chain and logistic community represented by FIATA, as we believe in the benefits to bring all stakeholders to the round table for regular dialogue of improvements of interland infrastructure, digitalization, sustainability, safety and security of cargo movements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, for sharing the perspective of freight forwarders, I believe, on the importance of the TFA and the issue of digitization with us. We believe the trade facilitation agreement and the issue of digitization would help to reduce both trade cost and time of trading across border, and that also contributes to the expansion of international trade. So I'll come back to you later with further question. Now let me come to Gary. What challenges does the grain industry face as it moves grain from international borders, and how can WTO rules further facilitate this trade? Please comment focusing on the themes of this session. of trade facilitation, digitization, and e-commerce?
Well, thank you, Sunday. Great question, and a special appreciation to the WTO for making the arrangements for this robust dialogue over these 2 days, and the International Food and Agriculture Network for supporting that effort. I come from a background in the both commercial as well as political background in the trade of grains, oilseeds, pulses, and other agribulks that Stephanie or Valerie are also perishable, but not identified as perishable products. But everything you said applies to grain, and this 600 million metric tons of product that moves around the world today to meet the needs affordably for basic nutrition. Really, the foundation of global food security lies in what we call the grain trade. It looks like it's going to grow to maybe as much as 800 million metric tons in the very near future. Now, that's less than 20% of total consumption, but we understand how integral it is to the equation of providing for global food security, but also economic well-being and responding to all sorts of challenges, including concerns about the climate. So it is the area that I work in, central to that, and I'm especially appreciative to the audience, those of you on YouTube who are listening in, and look forward to exchanging views with you in the future whenever possible. Sunday, it's great to see you again virtually. It's been a few weeks since we first met, and I think your work in particular is at the center of some of the concerns for the international grain trade that I work with. Now, I am informed with a long history, now 5 decades of experience in this area, by about 2 decades of work with an international group, Federation of Trade Associations, that does analysis, does surveys, and collects information. And I want to say that International Grain Trade Coalition wouldn't find exception to any of the work or the comments already made. This is a critical pursuit we have. There are unique challenges out there. For the grain trade, it's to build on the symbiotic relationship throughout the value chain, that with a competitive marketplace that sends signals to the farmer about what to produce, applies an appropriate price structure, works with appropriate rules and compliance, ultimately can be and is being, as has already been pointed out, improved by information flow, particularly in the digital environment that has been focused on. But the challenges are broader than just deploying digitization of documents. The challenges include incorporating that digital ecosystem into the exchange of information to allow for the market to work, to provide for what we call adequate fungibility, the ability to exchange sourcing to meet consumer demand globally. We are indeed in this global grain trade, a global environment. And when we look at the work of the WTO, we find its efforts, particularly through the SPS committee, to address non-tariff trade barriers as absolutely essential and very, very important. The report that was released just this week on the international trading environment tells us a lot, I think, for the food and feed sector, and very much for the global grain trade. Trade restrictive measures are up and need to be addressed, and we do.
Mr. Gary, I'm afraid you just have to wrap up. Time is not on our side.
That's right, when I was going to conclude. So perfect timing. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure meeting you again virtually one more time. We also appreciate the excellent work that the North American Export Green Association is doing in terms of addressing the food security of countries that like vulnerable at this in this trying time. And I took note of the point you made in terms of digitization and how it can further facilitate trade. And I can assure you that negotiators in the WTO are currently working on a package that will help to address some of the difficulties that continue to undermine the free flow of grain trade. Thank you very much. So let me now come to the second round of questions. In this round, my focus will be on current events, the pandemic, political tensions, and the potential global recession that we might be entering into. So, Marcel, let me start once again with you. How have current events been reflected in the Committee on Agriculture? What are the barriers to trade that have emerged as a result of the COVID pandemic and the war that have been discussed in the committee? Has the committee helped the world weather these storms? Please provide specific examples if you can.
Yes, Sunday, thank you. These are important questions in difficult times, and the current events are at the heart of the Committee on Agriculture's work. To start with the pandemic, it has become a standing agenda item. This was done at the beginning of the pandemic. You know, the pandemic led to a whole host of expected and unexpected agricultural trade policy measures. At the outset of the crisis, we've almost forgot that, but at the outset of the crisis, the world was extremely concerned about how the virus could be transmitted, since we did not yet know whether food was a vehicle. And additionally, we saw all sorts of emergency measures enacted to tighten controls of agricultural imports, mostly in the regulatory field of sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Also, we saw a range of measures taken that fall under the purview of the Committee on Agriculture and the Agriculture Agreement, like emergency measures to support farmers and farming, emergency measures to subsidize transportation and freight costs, measures to restrict food exports, and so on and so forth. So this happened as countries saw a global economic shutdown set in, and feared, of course, for the impact of that shutdown on national food security and the health and well-being of their farmers and the whole agriculture system. And countries wanted to give a helping hand to farmers in what was an extremely difficult period. And like I said, wanted this national food security to be guaranteed. So the committee was able to bring some order to a chaotic landscape through its functions that, like I mentioned before, just reporting, dialogue, discussion. It was not only the WTO, but also the G20 agriculture ministers, international organizations like the World Health Organization, World Bank, and all those organizations, I think, jointly came to the conclusion that we have to stress that emergency measures in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic had to remain, and I quote, targeted, proportionate, transparent, and temporary. And the heads of state and ministers in those different fora also urged that these measures not create unnecessary barriers to trade, not disrupt global food supply chains, and be consistent with WTO rules. So yes, the Committee on Agriculture became a forum for the enactment of these checks and balances. And it's trying to ensure that emergency measures, which are possible, will eventually go away also as the pandemic hopefully goes away. You addressed the war. So more recently, and with the war in the Black Sea region and its impact, the committee has become a forum where the global food crisis is being discussed. That's not easy. And this is done from different angles and perspectives. And we have to keep a focus on the intersection between trade and food security. But I believe overall that the Agriculture Committee is supporting the international community Sunday, to maintain the needed dialogue on these complicated matters, a dialogue to share information in a transparent manner, an engagement which should result in a better mutual understanding, and hopefully also develop some new ideas to promote trade as a mechanism for sustainable economic growth worldwide. So thank you for the question, Sunday.
Thank you, Marcel. Indeed, the Committee on Agriculture, it's one that is very key in terms of the discharge of the monitoring function of the WTO. And I thank you for shedding light on some of the difficulties that we're currently saddled with, and what the committee is doing going forward to help the world to weather this storm. Thank you very much. And now to Valerie. The pandemic and the war have done the exact opposite of trade facilitation. They have represented rather a major complication to trade. Can you give us a sense of how recent events have affected trade and what we need to do to increase the resilience of the trading system?
So yeah, thank you very much, Sunday, for that question. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been hearing throughout the day, without a doubt, that the effects of the pandemic and the conflict, and I think we can also add to that climate-related disasters, are certainly stressing supply chains, and the crises that we lived through over the last few years upended supply chains even. But as is often the case, what we also saw during that period is crises tend to focus the mind and to force change. And so what we also saw was at the borders, remarkable actions by customs and other border agencies to ensure that goods are actually continuing to cross the border. And so there were emergency measures that were put in place. The sudden governments from one day to the next were able to accept digital documents. Now, not all of these emergency measures were done in accordance with best practices or structured exchange of data, but there was a big push forward. In fact, from the business community, is what we don't want to now see is a rollback of advances that were made during those challenging times. And there were also lessons that were drawn, and from that period that we can look to prepare and make the systems more resilient. The first, of course, is prepare now. It seems obvious, but what we saw were, for those governments and businesses that had business continuity and disaster preparedness plans, crisis preparedness plans in place, they were able to react better. We worked with the WTO at the beginning of this year in Madagascar to help them improve their crisis preparedness, and it was very much it's an all of government approach, and we really need all of the border agencies to participate in those efforts, because it is very much need to be all around the table. Second, of course, is we fully need to implement the TFA and unleash the full potential of trade facilitation. It's absolutely critical that the investments in the digital systems be made, that all the border agencies are linked to the single windows. And of course, and I keep coming back to this, and ensuring the coordinated border cooperation. Tied to this, of course, and I don't want to berate it too much, and colleagues have spoken about it already, is the digitalization. You know, we've been talking about digitalization for decades now, and we really need now to put this into high gear and move it all forward. So there are definitely advances being made, but if we think that whilst I think e-commerce last year, at least in the US, was around 40%, saw 40% growth, 99% of trade is still paper-based. So really this, you know, we need to move it forward, and we need to move it forward now. And the other thing I wanted to stop on, it was referred to earlier, but also as the public-private partnership to make the system more resilient. It's extraordinarily key that, of course, we all work together to put in place the necessary reforms. And also there's a really good vehicle, the National Trade Facilitation Committees, which are provided for under the Trade Facilitation Agreement. And those achieve two objectives. One, they are by design intended to be public-private vehicles. And two, they ensure that it's, again, an all of government approach to the trade facilitation. So we know that a lot of the modernization efforts have been with customs, and that other border agencies such as agriculture have been left behind. So there's also today a tremendous amount of opportunity for agricultural agencies to improve their processes and to modernize them. And a lot of our projects, in fact, at the Global Alliance are with agricultural agencies. So again, I just want to say that there's tremendous amount of opportunity, and there's to make the systems more resilient. So I'll say thank you and hand it back to you, Sunday.
Thank you very much for shedding light on this issue. Indeed, public-private partnership is key if we will continue to facilitate trade and expand international trade. You also talked about the issue of the importance of the National Trade Facilitation Committee. We have one in my country, Nigeria, and it's important that members ensure that that committee continues to function very well. Thank you very much for your response. Now, let me turn to Emily. Let me return to the world of regulations. We have seen many emergency food regulations being enacted during the COVID pandemic and the war. Walk us through how these global events have changed the regulatory environment for food trade, and how the trading system should react in terms of emergencies.
You're certainly right, Sunday. Recent volatility on a global scale has had a major impact on the regulatory environment for food trade. Supply chain disruptions have resulted in input shortages such as ingredients and product packaging material, and heightened the awareness that a risk-based, forward-thinking approach should be applied with a degree of flexibility implemented without, of course, compromising food safety within regulatory frameworks to improve resiliency during challenging times. For example, FAA represents more finished product companies. I'm coming more from that angle. For example, labeling flexibility could be aided through the introduction of digital labeling, which I think probably could be introduced in the agricultural space as well. And this really helps enable changes to be made easily regarding the information provided, and it helps facilitate market access and trade, and also helps ensure that consumers are provided with accurate information. And it could potentially also help reduce food and packaging waste. So jumping to another topic under digitalization, and one that has certainly been impacted by recent events, which you mentioned, Sunday, and so have other speakers today, is e-commerce. And the COVID-19 pandemic drove a steep increase in the market penetration, as was previously mentioned by Valerie. And it also caused a dramatic change to the business models employed, which are increasingly becoming more diverse and complex. Industry are certainly being proactive in the space and putting in place initiatives to ensure food safety is upheld and consumers are safeguarded, often before legislation is developed or in fact perhaps needed as a result. But regulators are also, however, taking action in the space across the globe to try to mitigate for some of the potential risks. And we've seen a lot of movement in the space this year. For example, recently in Singapore, they published the voluntary Singapore standard comprising of guidelines for food e-commerce businesses that Food Industry Asia co-led the development of alongside the Singapore Food Agency with the help of local industry players. So this was really a collaborative effort. And the standard complements current regulations in Singapore and importantly provides clarity on the roles and responsibilities expected of various players at each stage of the supply chain, as well as in terms of what information should be provided to the consumer and when. And the standard also provides clarity on cross-border e-commerce for personal consumption, which is a very rapidly growing area. In regards to the second part of your question, Sunday, in terms of how trading systems should react in times of emergencies, I think rather than talking about how we should react, it's of greater importance to focus on how we can work collaboratively to preempt to the best of our ability potential challenges that lie ahead, and how we can build more resilient regulatory systems as well as supply chains together. There's a need for more diversified sourcing in supply chains, and in order for this to be possible, trade barriers need to be reduced, which digitalization can definitely aid with. In addition, trade relationships need to be built, and improved cooperation is needed between trading partners to minimize the impact of adversities on the food supply chain. A step in the right direction would be to officially recognize all product inputs, so not just commodities, as essential goods during emergencies, enabling easy movement of products, which is an area that Food Industry Asia has and continues to advocate for with a focus on ASEAN. We should move away from the traditional paradigm of regulatory enforcement to a smart regulation approach, so one that is data-driven, risk-based, agile, forward-thinking, and that engages all stakeholders involved, such as regulators, industry, and academia. One that upholds food safety whilst enabling innovation. And by shifting our approach, we will hopefully be better prepared to manage difficult scenarios. I'm not saying we can always predict what's going to happen, but we can certainly improve the systems we currently have to enhance our capabilities during challenging times in terms of upholding food safety, ensuring food security, enhancing food accessibility, and maintaining consumers' trust. I think I'll hand back over to you now, Sunday. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Emily, for shedding light on this important issue, especially the aspect that has to do with how the trading system should react in terms of emergencies. And I think the points you made are noted. Thank you. Now we turn to Darren. Darren, please explain to us whether and how the growing digitalization of agriculture has helped us weather this recent crisis, and how. Please provide concrete examples if you can.
Thank you, Cindy, for the question. When we look back at the last year, the war in Ukraine and Russia has not only impacted food exports, and we're quite aware of that, but what's alarming is the fertilizer production that's gone offline. This goes far beyond the borders of Ukraine, and has been talked about before. Market signals need to emanate, and we need to match the supply with the demand. And digital tools help with communication and education to drive forward, but also with the implementation of best practices to maximize production. And when you look at digital agriculture, digital solutions play a critical role up and down the value chain in optimizing production practices like seeding, fertility, water management, crop chemistry, but also play a key role in measurement and verification for ESG targets and greater transparency for consumers. Some examples, early on, there were GPS systems that helped guide equipment for larger scale equipment to reduce overlap and ensure that that we were auto steer reduced the overlap and reduced both costs for producers and supporting environmental stewardship. Today, that technology spans the industry and is moving into small scale farming as well. We know that technology has led us now to the ability to vary application and place products in the right place to maximize yield, but also minimize the over application in areas. Digital tools help farmers make critical decisions. How much can I cut back fertilizer and not have an impact on yield? Is that area of a field being over fertilized, and can I cut back in that area? All of these digital tools enabled by the data help with corrective plans that can maximize the short supply of fertilizer caused by current crises. Today, as we're more and more concerned about greenhouse gases, digitization helps farmers manage nitrogen applications to reduce nitrous oxide emissions and help us measure those greenhouse gas implications and interventions. Digital tools today use AI and machine learning to enable sensors mounted on equipment to identify weeds in real time to avoid excess spraying and reducing costs and reducing pesticide use so we can maximize our production. Highly accurate GPS helps farmers understand water movement on their land and take corrective action to avoid loss and erosion. Those are just a few examples of how digital tools are helping to provide resilience with our food supply. international trade rules should act as a facilitator for technology transfer, but also the elimination of barriers that prevent developing countries from accessing key tools that can support the world achieving food security and sustainability. And these areas are the most vulnerable as exports slow, as fertilizer and other products get limited. And so we should all be looking for efficiencies to ensure that we can continue to feed the population.
Thank you very much, Darren, for shedding light on this important issue of digitalization of agriculture. Of course, we, like I said earlier, it seems that's the way to go if we were to grow more food with less water, land, and other natural resources. You've also talked about the need for technology transfer to address the capacity constraint of some developing countries, and I hope that relevant bodies of WTO dealing with the issue of technology and IP will take this into account going forward. Thank you very much for your response. Now I turn to Stephanie. Freight costs have seen violent swing in the past few years. Without freights and without logistics, there can be no international trade in food or global food security. What can the multilateral trading system do to help the freight sector? That's to Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I think it's very good because it will also allow me to show how the efficiency of the logistic chain is absolutely key to access food and ensure food security. And we saw with the movement of freight rates that skyrocketed in 2021, and have also been nosediving in the second half of 2022, that this has a major impact on the price of food, and through the disruption of the supply chain, you have a direct impact on the access to food. And if you take UNCTAD in its latest review of maritime transport in November 2022, they note that higher grain prices due to the war in Ukraine, supply chain crisis and prolonged pandemic, and dry bulk freight rates can lead to a 1.2% hike in consumer food prices, with higher increases in middle and low income countries. A European Industry Association, in its response to a public consultation, recently also noted that the cost of maritime transport in the first 3 quarters of 2022 can lead to an increase of up to 10% in the price of products, such as imported fruits and vegetables, and on average, such transport costs represent approximately 4% of the price of products sold to the customer. So I think this demonstrates that the importance of logistics and freight for the population to access food at affordable prices. And I think all of us, we know what happens during the pandemic. It was mentioned by some of you, the facilitation and all the effort that has been done also at custom level in order to ensure the movement of goods. And it's really important to consider all this and try to see how we can continue to reinforce and make the logistic chain more resilient, because it will have a direct impact on the access of food at affordable prices. And when logistics is disturbed, food security is compromised, and freight forwarders are, by definition, a mitigators and facilitator of such risk, keeping the supply chain moving under all conditions and exploring options to help everyone feed themselves. So how can we help here with the WTO? I think some of the points were mentioned. We talk a lot about digitization. I agree with one of the comments that the transport digitization of transport document is just one step in a much broader digitization of the supply chain. Now we are working at connecting the work we did with the system of all the other stakeholders. And only that will be a major step that we are working on and putting all our resources to bring more efficiency in the supply chain. But again, if we succeed, if we manage to bring that, we will have a more efficient and resilient supply chain, and we will manage to improve the access to food at an affordable cost. Then there is also all the situation about international sanctions, and therefore the multilateral system has to find creative ways to design these sanctions to ensure that nobody suffers from hunger and access to food because of this. Freight forwarders were working very much during this year in order to find solutions, to bring food and to maintain food flows from, through Ukraine, also through the South corridor from Asia to Europe, after you are banned from the routes that are going through Russia. And I can just say here, it's really a complex matter that needs expertise in logistics. And FIATA was really welcoming WTO initiative exempting the World Food Programme from sanctions on our humanitarian access to food. And we need to continue to work on that and finding solutions so that the supply chain are not disrupted and that we don't have this domino effect in other countries on food access. I think there are many other elements. I know we are on the time constraint. I think we also need to look at legal certainty on competition regimes from the multinational trading system. We saw what happened with the disruption of supply chain and how it has impacted prices worldwide. And there were some regulatory initiatives, such as the US Ocean Shipping Reform Act from 2022, that are key for ensuring that perishable agricultural commodities can be transported and have an access to transport, because what happens in the last year needs really to raise question and see how we can avoid that suddenly we have an issue to access for food and perishable products transportation. And that's something that was very concerning freight forwarders, because the disruption had a major impact on prices, on access to goods, on the whole trade supply chain due to some disruptions. So yeah, and I would also mention shortly the work with the Cargo Integrity Group on implementing safety standards in containers.
I think you need to wrap up. Yeah. I'm afraid you have to wrap up now.
That's fine. So okay. That is also important for security. So food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you for shedding light on the importance of logistics and freight in facilitating access to food, and as well as addressing the food security difficulties of most developing countries. Regarding what the multilateral trading system can do to help, you've talked about digitization. I can assure you that negotiators are currently engaged in the negotiations on e-commerce, and I believe they will provide solutions. But some other points you have raised that doesn't fall within the mandate of the WTO, I think we have to think of how to address those issues creatively in other forums. Now, to Gary, last but not the least.
Well, first of all, let me.
Commodity has.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. No agricultural commodity has spoken about more than. I mean, no agricultural commodity has spoken about more than grain recently. In the light of the crisis in the Black Sea region, seeing this conflict, what, in your view, does the multilateral trading system need to do to make the grain sector more resilient?
Well, first of all, let me thank Stefan for making the case for efficient and informed logistics. That is a key. It's a broader key than WTO actions. But also want to point out that the Russian aggression in Ukraine has had broader impacts than just the Black Sea region, and that it's taught us some lessons. And I think we've learned that resilience is embedded in and part of the daily practice of the grain trade. In fact, contingency planning is not a single step of being prepared. It's a constant process that includes deployment of innovation like digitalization. So from my perspective, this very resilient capacity to move product, essential products, is underpinned by, again, adequate fungibility and efficient transparent markets for these essential products that are perishable. And there are a few things that we can think about as a whole, including WTO, to continue the success that we've seen exhibited in the resilience and reliability of these basic products. One, a competitive environment that brings the consumer closer to the understanding of production and markets. We need to make some strides there. Two, physical and cybersecurity throughout the value chain and the logistics chain. I don't think we've touched much on that. Three, international movement of labor and capital must be facilitated. Fundamentally, it's the private sector and the private sector investment that will provide for not only accommodation of innovations, but accommodation for necessary change through an informed marketplace, and that means labor and capital needs to move. Transparency and accountability in both official and commercial practices must be forwarded, and WTO can do a lot there, as they can in protecting intellectual property. At the end of the day, the avoidance of unsustainable and uneconomical government strategies that distort market signals and are counterproductive to increasing food security, some of them have been addressed, not all of them have been, are just absolutely essential as we move forward. More particularly to the WTO, the ministerial direction from the declaration in June 2022 needs to be supported. We need the discussion from the thematic groups to focus on enhancing predictability and strength of the WTO system that will to withstand arising, anticipated, and unanticipated difficulties. It's just absolutely essential that we approach the environment that we're in today with creativity, a fundamental understanding that the source of solutions and implementation is in precious resources, and that is the most precious resource, human resource, people. People need to be educated and informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary, for shedding light on this issue. Regarding what the system needs to do to make the grain sector more resilient on the point of risk, and I can assure you that the WTO members are working hard on it through the discharge of their negotiating function. I believe effort have been intensified towards fostering a more competitive environment. An issue of transparency, as well as sustainable government policy. And I believe that the chair of the committee on agriculture, which that we are lucky to have here today, will tell you that the Committee of Agriculture is actually working hard to improve transparency and all that. So thank you very much to all our panelists for their contribution. Now we have to take questions from the audience. We have many questions from viewers, which I will now field to you. Please be as brief as you can in responding and ensure that you take no more than 1 minute in responding to this question. Maybe 1 minute, 1 minute and a half, I mean, should be okay. Now to you, Marcel, we have a question from a viewer from Germany. The question reads that in light of the suspension of the WTO appellate body, will the WTO in future be able to successfully resolve agricultural disputes? That question is to you, Marcel.
Oh, wow. Well, yes, I think and I hope. Quickly, first, the purpose of the discussions in the Committee on Agriculture and other bodies is to prevent, of course, disputes by properly addressing trade concerns. So that's one. The second one, there is dispute settlement taking place at the WTO. Panels are established, issues are resolved. We clearly lack the possibility at the moment to bring cases to the appellate body, but for some members there's also the multi-party interim arrangement, as it's called, so that's an alternative route. Thirdly, the dispute settlement gap, so to say, not being able to go to the appellate body is top priority, I believe, for many members, and we have to resolve this through negotiations. And finally, Sunday, I think most members realize that there is a gap, perhaps, in rules, in particular to cope with the latest developments. And of course, you can try to use dispute settlement to come up with clarity on gaps in rules, but that's not very efficient. And in terms of a multilateral system, and for some members, it's also not acceptable. So I think there's a lot of push to, from that perspective, also to not only solve the appellate body issue, but also to develop new rules to prevent conflicts. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just to add again, for an interest of our viewers, that members are also intensifying their effort towards resolving the appellate body issue. Thank you. So now to you, Valerie. A question from a viewer from Geneva. It reads, should the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement be taken further in the area of food, in your view?
So could you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, the question reads, should the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement be taken further in the area of food, in your view?
Well, I think the first thing, it's a good question. I think there's still a tremendous amount of scope to actually deliver on what's already there before we talk about going further. So I would like to see that first is what I would say. I mean, one thing that we didn't even touch on in terms of I mentioned, for example, that we're still in the process of digitalizing phytosanitary certificates. I mean, there's the whole issue of veterinary certificates that hasn't even begun to be, I think, contemplated, or it's in the beginning phases. And so there's just a tremendous amount of work to be done when we're looking at the red tape. So I certainly see the ambition. I applaud it, and I say let's fully implement the TFA, and then we can think about TFA++.
Thank you very much. I mean for your response, and I believe you're clear, and the participant that posed the question, I mean, must have been. So okay, now so let's move on. Move to Emily. We have a question from a viewer from Malaysia. How has the prolonged COVID lockdown in China impacted Asian food market? Emily?
I think I can't really answer it on a specific basis because my knowledge isn't so broad in terms of the issues of the Chinese lockdown. But I can say that across ASEAN, obviously we face the same challenges as have been faced globally in terms of the barriers to trade, and we certainly are looking for a harmonization in terms of regulations, a flexibility in terms of regulations in order to permit the flow of products across borders during challenging times. I don't think I can really specifically answer this question. Maybe another panelist would be better placed to answer this question.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Now, our next question I will direct it to Darren, and it's a question from a viewer from Saudi Arabia. Since you are the forefront of digitalization, what is the future of food in your view? Will we be eating 3D printed biscuits and bread?
Great question. I think we're seeing a lot of investment and ingenuity going into many forms of food, taking plant-based proteins and reformulating them into different types of food that consumers are looking for. And I think we need all forms of food to come forward to feed the populations. I think it's we're seeing consumers having many different points of view on what types of food and what types of ingredients that they're seeking. And I think it's always balanced that we need to first have enough production to feed the population and all the different types of food coming forward. I think the plant-based proteins are enabling us to do different things like 3D printing of different types of products, and it's an interesting technology.
Thank you very much. That question to me was a bit funny, whether we'll be eating 3D printed biscuits and bread. but I think earlier I did talked about how digitization has been helping our farmers to expand production and all that. That's for me, it's also key. But I don't think I will be among those that will be eating a 3D printed biscuit and bread maybe anytime in the future. So our next question goes to Stephanie. A question from a viewer from Geneva. How does pre-shipment inspection slow international trade? And does the WTO pre-shipment inspection agreement in any way ease the problems you face?
So yeah, it's a good question, but I think we are working now also on a lot of initiative to use the data and digitalization in order to improve pre-shipment information exchange. There's a lot of work that is done in this area, and it's definitely, if we manage to bring data and to inform, for example, freight forwarders in advance of the arrival of a cargo, when it arrives, so that they can take and plan to pick up the containers, to move them out of the port at the right time, we can really gain in efficiency and speed at the port, and also reduce congestion of port. There is definitely a need to have interoperable systems between port, freight forwarders, maritime company to use now this digitalization path in order to improve information, to ensure that we can also anticipate customs clearing and all the aspects that might effectively reduce the efficiency in the supply chain. So I think there is a huge potential here to use technology for improving and making it more efficiency. And again, the COVID pandemic show us the difficulty, and when you don't know that containers arrive in the port, they need to be removed and they just stay there because the information is not going to the right people, or you have problem of interland connection. That's definitely something that is slowing down the whole chain, and it can be very, very serious for the perishable goods. And also one last thing on that, I just spent now 2 days with custom brokers on the EU program. And as I want to echo the point of Valerie, I think we really need to first start to concentrate to implement the transport facilitation agreement, to implement the tools we have like EU program at the customs, because that's very key. If we manage to enforce these things, to bring them up to speed, implemented, we will have a lot of positive effects for perishable goods and food access. So I would just also, before extending, working on what we have, because there is a lot of work here to do.
Thank you very much for your response. Now to Gary. The last question, a question from a viewer from Ghana. How can technologies like blockchain help us trace the provenance and quality of our grains? Gary?
the flow of information is absolutely critical, and that distributed database that blockchain represents is the most efficient flow of information we could possibly imagine, or at least that I can possibly imagine. So what does it do? That flow of information allows the market, and I've talked a lot about fungibility, it allows the market to select sourcing from a global perspective in the flow of grains. And as long as it's underpinned, and back to the question that Stefan just answered, as long as it's underpinned by compatible regulatory environments and requirements, then we can facilitate trade by providing for global sourcing, an opportunity for consumers to access a global supply of a very precious resource, and that is the calories and protein that come from grains and oilseeds. So to do that, information flow and management is absolutely critical. The fact that that information flow needs to be supported by an understanding of production as well as stocks is foundational. All of that can be facilitated by improvements in information management, and the innovation that is before us today is the blockchain environment, along with others. Broadly, a digital ecosystem makes that all happen, and it can and will support competitive markets.
Thank you very much, Gary. A whole lot of issues were unpacked in this roundtable, and I will not even attempt to summarize it. So I just want to say thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much for shedding light on respective issues. I believe our viewers must have gained insight into these issues that we discussed today. So maybe I should wrap up. We have now come to the end of the third roundtable. I would like to ask viewers to join us tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. CET for the fourth roundtable on the environmental sustainability of global value chains. Using this live stream link specific to this, using the live stream link specific to that session. The link can be found on the WTO Agri-Food Business Day website. So I thank you very much to our panelists. Also, thank you to all our viewers. Good afternoon, good night, good morning from wherever you're joining us from. Thank you all.
Good day. Bye-bye.
Good day. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right.